Commission. In response to the coronavirus pandemic, this meeting is being held via WebEx online meeting platform, which is being broadcast or will be broadcast on YouTube. Members of the public were provided the opportunity to email comments to the Planning Department prior to 12 noon yesterday. Members of the public may also address the Planning Commission in real time via electronic communication provided in the auditorium at 120 West Dougherty Street, subject to safe distancing measures. For those of you viewing the meeting remotely, you will find the meeting agenda with the YouTube meeting address on the Planning Department website at accgov.com/planning. After staff presentation of an agenda item, we will receive public comment, first from the applicant, then from those in the auditorium. 10 minutes are allowed to address the commission for the applicant or the representative, and also for any specified interest group representative who has requested additional time prior to the meeting. 3 minutes are allowed for anyone else who wishes to address the commission. After public comment, the applicant or the representative may request a 2-minute response. Once the public hearing is closed, the Planning Commission will proceed to discuss and act on the item. We will receive no additional public comments unless requested by the commission. When addressing the commission from the auditorium, please speak from the designated place as directed by staff. For all speakers, please provide your name, address, and occupation for the record. For those in the auditorium, a timer device will display an amber light 30 seconds before the expiration of the allotted time and a red light upon expiration of the allotted time. So please pay attention to the light so that we don't have to interrupt you. For those addressing the commission remotely, you will also be expected to adhere to the specified time limits. Exhibits may be displayed by the applicants remotely or in the auditorium. Written correspondence received by noon yesterday has been forwarded to the commission and is part of the public record. Any additional written materials to be placed into the record must be read during public comment within the time limits previously stated. Please direct your comments to the Planning Commission and not to the applicants. And for those in the auditorium, please refrain from applauding or jeering the speakers. For everyone participating in this evening's meeting, please turn off or silence your cell phones. For commission members, please mute your microphone if you're not speaking. Use the chat box if you have any technical issues. Raise your hand to camera if you'd like to speak, and please wait to be recognized. And remember that the meeting is being recorded. Okay, we'll start with item 1, introduction of staff reports and other documents. Do I have a motion? Kristen, in a second.
Lucy.
Thank you, Lucy. All in favor of, actually, am I doing that right, Brad? I might have that wrong. We do take a vote on that first item, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. Okay, all in favor of all staff reports and other documents, please say aye or raise your hand. And opposed? Thank you. Okay. Okay, and next item is to approve the September 2nd Planning Commission meeting minutes. Do I have a Jim? Looks like Jim is moving to approve and Lucy second. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, and all opposed? Okay, great. Okay, Brad, do we have anything with May Court's review and public comment right now?
No report.
Okay. All right, let's move on. We have a lot of stuff on our agenda tonight, so let's move quickly. Our first item under old business is 3668 Atlanta Highway. And we'll start with the staff report.
Alrighty. Good evening, everyone. Can y'all hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. And can you see the presentation okay?
Yes.
All
oh,
right.
Not now.
Ooh, okay. Oh, hold on 1 second. There we go. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, good evening, everyone. This is 3668 Atlanta Highway, PD 2021-07-1977. This is a plan development for a commercial general zone property to commercial general plan development. It is at the site of the former Logan's Roadhouse at the intersection of the Loop entrance ramp and Atlanta Highway. This is site plan, and this is an aerial photograph showing the site as of 2018. Here's another aerial view showing the parking lot and the former Logan's Roadhouse structure. So the request is for a plan development in CG for the purposes of constructing a quick trip gas station and convenience store. The CG zoning is compatible with the future land use, which would remain the same. The applicant has requested 5 waivers to the code, specifically to increase the maximum amount of parking spaces allowed, a reduction in the amount of conserved tree canopy, a elimination of contiguous parking spaces maximum, which is 14, and then some parking lot buffer and pedestrian walkway waivers as well. And as a response to when y'all had this a couple months ago, they have reduced the overall amount of waivers down significantly from 12 to 5. This is a future development map. It would remain the same, general business. This is the proposed zoning map, which would change from CG to CG plan development. Here is a site plan showing the proposed development for the QT. There's kind of a larger one that includes the Olive Garden property to the east. And these are some elevations of the proposed structure. As you saw last time, these have remained largely unchanged, and the gas canopy structure as well. So staff's recommendation is going to be approval with conditions, specifically regarding waiver number 3. In staff's opinion, although staff understands that the applicant has issues regarding the easement that is shared with Olive Garden property next door, staff still feels that the applicant should strive to meet the code where possible, and it would not create a large amount of reduction in parking spaces. And then also with the condition to reduce the amount of proposed holly trees, basically to make some amendments to the TMP. And with that, that will conclude the staff report.
Great. Okay, we'll hear from our applicant. Is that Mr. Burke?
Good evening. Eric Eberhardt here on behalf of QT. I am a partner law firm of Eberhardt and Hale, located at 1160 South Millage Avenue. Also present this evening is the project manager for QT Real Estate, Michael Burke. I will initiate the presentation, and there may be things that he needs to address toward the end. But just jumping right in because of the limited time, everybody recognizes that this is the quick trip plan for the vacant Logan's Roadhouse. Currently, that location is being used exclusively by Olive Garden for parking as the result of a binding easement between the tract owners that results in 136 spaces on the current track, and necessitates our planned development. Pointedly, QT can't utilize the desired location without the approval of the planned development. In doing its best to minimize the variation from current ACC zoning ordinances, QT's been able to convince Olive Garden to agree to reduce the parking spaces mandated under the easement on its proposed track from 136 down to 88. Now, here's what I think needs to be addressed at this point, and I would ask staff to share the easement that was provided as a slide so we can go over what's going on here. Hello?
Oh.
I believe Rick was going to pull that up. Should be up in just a moment.
Okay, I can pull it up on my end if this is going to impact our time.
It won't impact your time.
Thank you. As he pulls that up, I will go ahead with a couple of things here. There are essentially two very, very important points that just cannot be lost. Is that first of all, QT doesn't need these parking spaces. So this is not an issue where QT is asking for something that goes toward its business plan. In fact, it really doesn't. It's only a result of this easement. The second thing is that logic would suggest that this is the community's one shot at addressing this particular issue for as long as Olive Garden is present as a neighboring property to this tract. It's because Olive Garden doesn't have to reach this agreement. They didn't have to do what they did in cutting down to 88, and they don't have to reduce it any farther below that. It's not amenable to any additional. Olive Garden's not amenable to any additional accommodation, and common sense just suggests that they're not going to be more friendly to some other business or competitor that requires county approval. In other words, we've done as much as can be done to address everything. Now, if whoever is handling the particular slide could slide us down, I'd like to take a look at section 9. First of all, as you're going down, we provided a highlighted version right here. If we'll stop right here, this is the agreement that exists. Logan's and Athens, which is Olive Garden, have granted each other a perpetual rights. That's already done. It's binding. It'll run with the property and it runs with the owners. It's not something a new owner legally can get out of. So moving down, if we can, to section 9. This is the specific language that holds us where we are, is that neither location can change the configuration of what exists today without the approval of the other. And that's just where we find ourselves, is we've been able to convince Olive Garden to reduce, but they don't have to go further, and they're not going to go further. So we are now bound by the 88 if we're going to move forward. Our plan development is now down from 12 requests for waivers to 5, and all of those stem around the parking easement. And just making no mistake, the waivers are needed, each and every one of them, including the one that staff doesn't believe is necessary, and we'll talk about that. So the one area right now staff has an issue with is our waiver request number 3, addressing no more than 14 contiguous spaces. What we currently have in the plan that's been presented is one area where there are 15 contiguous spaces, and then another area along the side on the Olive Garden side where there's 16. The issue that we've got, if we can pull up the most recent draft of what the plan looks like, I'll walk you through real quick. But the issue we have is there's really nowhere else to go. If we're putting tree islands in these locations, and the suggestion that removing 4 parking spaces can be handled, sure, it can be. We can do that. We don't want them, but we can't meet the agreement that exists with Olive Garden, and they're not going to go along with it. And there's really nowhere else on the track to add back in the 4 spaces that would be lost if the islands are required, and if you were to go along with what staff is suggesting. If you'll see here, and if we can, it's along the front, they're 15, and then along the side on the Olive Garden side, there are 16. This track just doesn't allow for anything additional in the way of moving parking spaces. We've done everything we can, and quite frankly, we're not going to be able to move forward and subject ourselves to the potential of a lawsuit from Olive Garden over failing to abide by the existing easement. What I would say is that while this is absolutely a necessity on our part, I would suggest on the other side of the coin, our request is actually a minimal accommodation from what already is required under the ordinance. We're asking for one additional space in the front that's not tree canopied or tree island. We're asking for 2 on the side. On the point of trees, and I'll go over this in a second, but as it stands, we're actually proposing a plan that's going to create in excess of 50% tree canopy coverage for this particular tract, when the requirement under ACC code is only 40%. So we're already above. So the islands aren't necessary to accommodate meeting the tree canopy. Beyond that, in the front of the store, if we were to put a tree island breaking up those 15 spaces, there's a distinct possibility that we're going to run afoul of Georgia State Fire Marshal regulations related to the visibility of fuel pumps from the interior of the store. So we've got these things going on. Really, this is a waiver that's not about what QT likes. It's a necessity to address the tract. And real quick, moving into the other waivers, they've all been suggested. They should be recommended. On waiver 2, which relates to the conserved tree canopy, it's worthwhile for you to understand that while the ordinance requires 10% conserved tree canopy, as this tract exists, there's only 5.3. There's 5.3 today. We'll be adding 46.5% in tree canopy coverage to raise it from what is currently 5.3 to 51.3 coverage under our plan. And if you add in the conservation of the right-of-way trees, we believe our plan will end up in about 96% canopy coverage. So the request related to the contiguous spaces would seem to be a minor request in relation to what's already taken place here. And in the end, we want to make this track work. We want to do what we can, but we're limited by the easement. We would respectfully request that the Planning Commission approve the plan development that's been presented and to approve the waivers with removal of that one staff condition related to the contiguous parking spaces. Would say that we've already resubmitted a plan that takes into account the holly trees. Those would be reduced, and that's in our plan. So there's no issue there. We're going to replace the hollies with crepe myrtles to be compliant on the tree management requirements. So again, thank you. We would answer questions. We do again submit that the plan is presented. We would ask for your recommendation to approve it and the waivers, excluding the condition from staff.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to public comment is next. Do we have anybody in the auditorium here to speak in favor of this application? Yes, Mr. Burke. You're muted.
Actually, technically, Madam Chair, they've used their full 10 minutes for those on the call. They would have to be present in the auditorium in fairness to everybody else to let somebody else speak.
Okay.
We allow up to 2 people per item, but they've got to share the 10 minutes. So.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. Is there anyone in the auditorium who wishes to speak in favor of the application? And is there anyone in the auditorium who wishes to speak against the application? Okay, we will then move to behind the rail and have our discussion about this. Would anyone like to start us off? I have a question for the applicant. I guess I'll start us off. Mr. Eberhardt, is what you were saying with regard to the contiguous parking space request that you don't have enough space to break that parking up because you need to keep your driving lanes open, or you're traveling sort of the parts of the parking lot where cars need to move open?
Yes, technically. And the reason being because we have to have the 88 spaces somewhere on the track to satisfy Olive Garden or be in violation of the easement. So that there's not another configuration that works to keep open the drives. Mr. Burke, quite frankly, is much more knowledgeable on the actual spacing, if you would allow him to speak on that.
Yeah, I would like to hear from Mr. Burke. That's fine.
That's fine.
Mhm.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so we did what I would call kind of engineering gymnastics to get from the plan that we submitted and the preliminary plan to this plan. And to directly answer your question, yeah, so at the back side of that double row of parking, towards the back side of the store, you'll notice that there's a cutout to provide circulation for autos to make that turn around that double row of parking. But that's also there. Our delivery doors are on the back side of the building, as well as the dumpsters there. So that's for access for delivery trucks, as well as for the trash trucks to come by and service the dumpsters. So if those driveways went away, we wouldn't have a functional site that would be able to receive deliveries as well as service the dumpsters back there.
Okay, great. Thank you. Does anyone else have something they want to say or ask? Or go, Alice? Yes.
Thank you. I was skimming back through the staff report and the applicant's submission, and this whole relationship with Olive Garden, the applicants do reference that in their description of why they need this waiver, but it doesn't show up in the staff report, I don't think. And I'm just wondering if I could get some staff response to that issue, because I definitely want to not allow this variance if possible, but in reading the staff report, I wasn't clear that this was a major issue. So, Brad.
I'm sorry, Alice, I was trying to get the YouTube started again, and I missed the very first part of it until I heard staff. Could you?
So this agreement between Quick Trip or the property owners and Olive Garden that seems to be preventing them from, they're obviously arguing vigorously that we do not accept the staff recommendation on this variance. But in reading the staff report, I don't see reference to this parking agreement. So I just want some clarity on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think in part from our standpoint, we've said, from it to be a private agreement between two property owners, it's really extremely difficult for us to take that into consideration as part of a recommendation. I mean, if that were the case moving forward, it'd be brilliant and this isn't a QT thing, so I'm not pointing fingers, but, to have two private side-by-side property owners to enter into a private agreement that exceeded all standards, and then we've got to honor it. So that's kind of what we're struggling with a little bit from a staff recommendation standpoint. And Eric's right in that Olive Garden has agreed to reduce, a pretty good chunk of parking. When you read the agreement, it basically, I would tend to agree with that last statement he put in there, that according to this private agreement, they can't eliminate any parking without the approval of Olive Garden. Well, they've eliminated about 40, and what we're saying is that perhaps If it comes down to about 4 more trees or 4 more tree areas in the parking lot to drop a waiver, maybe they're willing to do that too. Which is, that's kind of the staff position on it in terms of what we're looking to try to get. Ultimately, that's going to be y'all's decision as the planning commission as to whether or not it's appropriate or not.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. It definitely clarifies. And so this is why we have public hearings, so that we can hear the applicant's reasons that may not be necessarily relevant from the staff point of view. I just want to hear other people talk about this.
Matt, did you have a comment or question?
Yeah, I was going to say that the my initial reaction on reading the staff report was to agree with it completely. I thought the staff's recommendations were spot on, but I find myself persuaded that the waiver that's requested on where the ordinance by default allows 14 contiguous parking spots, and they need 15 in one spot and 16 in a double row on another. It's about the most narrowly tailored exception to that 14 rule that I could imagine, and I'm persuaded that it's necessary. So I don't really have a problem with it, although I appreciate the staff's recommendation. And I think as a general matter, if someone were requesting a larger waiver, a more significant waiver based on some private agreement, I'd be skeptical of it. But if Olive Garden's come down by 48 spaces and those last 4 are a deal breaker, I don't have a problem with it. I did want to ask staff that if there were a motion to approve, there was this condition about the hollies. I heard from the applicant that that's been taken care of. Is that something from Brad, from y'all's perspective, that would still need to be embodied in a condition, or is that water under the bridge and it's been handled?
Yeah, no, here's the way we generally would handle it. If the planning commission sees that appropriate to approve, as Mr. Eberhard has presented, then the motion would be to approve without condition 1, which was to not approve the waiver of their waiver number 3, I think it was. I would say leave the other condition with the Yopons right now, because what'll happen, they submit more plans for us to send to the mayor and commission that address our recommendation. That plan will show the hollies being changed on it, and as soon as it is, that condition, we take it off before it goes to the mayor and commission. So once we have a new plan that addresses it, then the condition will go away.
Okay, thank you.
Are the Yopon hollies currently there, or is the plan to plant them?
I think the plan is to plant them.
Okay.
That's correct. The plan is to plant them. The current coverage is nowhere close to even what the hollies would provide.
I have one more question. I think this is probably one for Mr. Burke. If I understand the sort of spirit of the no more than 14 contiguous parking spaces, it has to do with a lot of things, including aesthetics, landscape, etc. Was it even an option to put, like I'm looking at specifically the double row of parking that appears kind of on the side of the property closest to Olive Garden? Was it even feasible to put, for example, a row of landscaping where those 2 rows come up to each other? Or is it still kind of getting into this problem of not enough places for the cars to drive in the parking lot?
So yeah, we looked at that prior to resubmitting back with the master plan, and the challenge was in order to get trees to grow inside a landscape strip, essentially between that double row of parking, the 8 feet wide or so is how wide it would have to be. And the only way to accomplish that would be either to take dimensions out of the drive aisles between the parking stalls, which creates a conflict with cars bumping into each other, or move the building and everything to the west. And right now we are I think we're 8 or 10 feet off of the Loop 10 right-of-way line right there, with some utilities that have to sneak around the corner. And we would end up having to build a pretty hefty retaining wall along that corner, as well as having the building essentially on the right-of-way line. So our perspective was giving up on the landscape space, and the parking area was probably more acceptable than the damage that would be caused by potentially moving the building over to the west.
Okay, great. Thank you. Kristen?
Yeah, I remember when this came before us before, and it seemed like a major stumbling point was getting the neighbors to talk to each other. So I appreciate that there's been at least something hashed out. I'll admit, like when I look at what the plan is like right now, like the current state of this parking lot, which just seems like a sea of parking, compared to the proposed plan, I kind of echo how Matt feels in that it's like, like it's not awful, I guess. So I tend to I completely see where staff is coming from in this, but I also understand the sort of rock and a hard place in general that we're put up against right now. And so I'm actually inclined to make a motion to approve with the staff recommendation of the second staff recommendation about the tree management plan.
And Matt, you have a question, or are you seconding that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, it looks like we can vote. So I think we'll need to do a roll call vote. Is that right? Have Rick do that?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay. Morales,
Yes.
Pass,
Yes.
Rowland,
Yes.
Sanders,
Yes.
Tucker,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Goodrum,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
and Kinman.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Eberhardt and Mr. Burke. We'll move on to we only have one vote on that one, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. We'll move on to our next item on
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
473 and 481 Little Oak Street. We'll start with our staff report.
Hello, sorry, I'm trying to get it started. Now you just see my random research. Okay. Are y'all seeing the PowerPoint at this point?
Yes.
Very good. Okay. Our next case is PD-2021-07-1982, which is located at 473 and 481 Little Oak Street. The request is to rezone two parcels currently zoned as RS5A, single family residential airport overlay, and create three parcels all zoned RS5A PD, so remaining the same underlying zoning just with the PD. So the two subject parcels in this proposal, 473 Little Oak Street and 481 Little Oak Street, as I mentioned, are both currently zoned RS5, but are within the airport overlay. To the east and the west of the subject property are single-family dwellings zoned RS5, and both sides have been part of a planned development or part of a special use waiver or a special use permit to waive the lot size minimum in the airport overlay in order to subdivide the lots. To the north is an undeveloped tract, also with an RS5 PD zoned for A residential subdivision with lot sizes also approved for less than the minimum 1 acre airport overlay requirement. To the south of the subject parcels are Little Oak Street, the Firefly Trail across Little Oak Street, and also the recently constructed racetrack. The address of 473 Little Oak Street is on the left and is 11,840 square feet. And the parcel on the right is 481 Little Oak Street and is 20,258 square feet. 473 Little Oak Street and is an existing 1,200 square foot single family house, and 481 is about 3,000 square feet. And both of these homes were built prior to 1918, according to the 1918 Sanborn maps of the area, which are the first set of maps that show the area in town. So the future development map indicates that the subject parcel has a traditional neighborhood designation, and this would not change as a part of the request. And there is also no change to the underlying zoning. It would just be now as part of a plan development. The proposal involves the removal of 2 existing houses and the recombination of the 2 lots to accommodate a third parcel in order to construct 3 new single-family dwellings. Both existing lots are less than the 1 acre minimum required within the airport overlay. And if the PD were to be approved, the parcels would still comply with the underlying zoning. The only request for this PD is to remove that 1 acre minimum lot size. The application report proposes 3 homes of 18 to 2,000 square foot farmhouse style architectural designs, each with 3 to 4 bedrooms and their own separate driveway and parking areas. All 3 homes will face Little Oak Street, and the binding site plan indicates that the 2 end dwellings on lots 1 and 3 will be identical with a 1,546 square foot footprint, while the one in the middle will have a 1,200 square foot footprint. Proposed site plan meets the necessary regulations except for the minimum driveway separation of 50 feet. Here are the proposed elevations for lots 1 and 3. And here are the proposed elevation for lot 2. Both sets of elevations do meet the required design standards established by section 9-25-8B. So since the airport authority has no issues with the proposal in regards to the minimum lot size, staff does recommend approval with the following conditions. The driveways, as I mentioned earlier, do not meet the current separation requirements of 50 feet, which may be as close as 10 feet in one direction in the RS5 zone. So the site plan must be revised to comply with the required driveway separation prior to meeting with the Mayor and Commission. The zoning notes on the binding site plan for the front and side yard setbacks need to be corrected to reflect the setback variability based on the proposed height, which can be found directly in code section 9-73. And then finally, the binding site plan must include a commitment to meet all stormwater management criteria per the Public Works Department. This concludes the staff report at this time, and let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Okay, we'll hear next from our applicant. Mr. Hawes, are you here? Oh, I see you.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Great. Thanks, Samantha, for the report. Jeffrey Hawes, address 2017 Stonewater Court, owner of J. Hawes Real Estate. As Samantha stated, this is just a planned development needed because of the airport overlay. Just asking for the 2 existing homes to be torn down and create 3 lots, new builds. I think it's pretty simple and cut and dry based on the report. I have went in and made some of the adjustments that you all required and asked of me, referring to the site plan, and that's pretty much it. I think this one is pretty much was discussed enough last month regarding my desires and your desires as well. So with that being said, I'm just going to ask for approval, and I'll meet the conditions that you guys are asking.
Great, thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, we'll move to public comment. Is there anyone in the auditorium who wishes to speak in favor of this application?
Anyone here for Little Oak Street? Yes, we have someone. Okay, we have people in opposition.
Okay, I think we are ready for that.
Come forward. There's a camera there that you can speak on the podium.
Hello, Commission. Can I take the mask off? Cooper Homes at 1682 East Broad Street. And I'm sorry that this only came to my attention yesterday because it seems to be a pretty big deal for myself in the as much phone tree as I could come up with today, which was about 7 or 8 people. I oppose this rezoning for multiple reasons. And I'll read a little something I wrote before I came in. Athens is a beautiful town, partly because of its wealth of historical homes and neighborhoods. East Athens is one of these historical neighborhoods. Charming with a walkable scale, housing lots traditionally have front and backyards big enough to support a tree canopy and room for children to play while the parents socialize. These 2 homes up for demolition are perfect examples of what makes East Athens a beautiful place. Both are over 100 years old and in good shape for their age. Their age reminds us of the area's history, who has traditionally lived here, and others who still do. Living amongst history connects us and future residents to our city's ever-evolving story and bestows a sense of place. A feeling of place and awareness fosters genuine community. And so I think that my main opposition to this is just the beauty and the historical aspects of these 2 homes. They're very handsome houses that were well built. They have beautiful magnolia trees in front. They're right next to the other 2 houses that Mr. Hawes recently built, and next to the new racetrack. So the neighborhood is undergoing lots of rapid transformation and development, which we understand, and that happens. But this is just, it's sort of changing the character, I feel, too fast and too sudden. And I feel like I speak for at least the 7 people who wanted me to mention them tonight. Is Madeline Claire Powell at 457 Little Oak, a direct neighbor. Nicole Beachill, that's 457. Madeline's at 453. But Nicole at 457, she opposes this and would like to keep the original structures, which we all agree Mr. Hawes can remodel and sell, and they have a character that enriches the neighborhood. Also speaking for Sarah Ivy on Old Winterville Road, Heather Mary Jackson on Burney Street, Angie Grass on Dublin Street, who quote says 2 houses across from her on Dublin recently got demolished and the history of the neighborhood is being erased. Okay. And for Nancy Nix, who is also a neighbor on Little Oak Street. And so the sign was fallen down in the dirt and no one even knew that this was happening, which is why no one's here tonight. And it's a working class neighborhood. A lot of these people couldn't even show up tonight. Mr. Hawes is selling the previous homes for $475,000, the other 2 that were built on there. And that's not what the majority of the residents of East Athens want to see happen to the neighborhood. Okay. So I strongly, I don't want to set a precedent for this to keep happening, because already on my street, East Broad, the houses are being demolished left and right with permission and without permission.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the auditorium who wishes to speak to this application?
I do. My name is Scott Nesbitt. I'm at 280 Terra Way in Athens. and I'm speaking on behalf of Historic Athens. And I would like to request that the commission deny this application. I'll just speak from my personal experience. I teach preservation planning at UGA, and I've had my students, one semester, go through East Athens, just block by block with the Sanborn maps, doing histories of these of each block, and trying to figure out how many extant homes there are. And I mean, the fact is that there are fewer and fewer of these homes. There are actually some blocks hardly have any extant structures left from the 1918 Sanborn maps. And I really request, I endorse the previous speaker and ask that you all work with the applicant to find a way to add a third unit. I mean, I think that added density in East Athens, is in line with the comprehensive plan. It's in line with the long-range plans and what is necessary for Athens to grow. But I don't see these demolitions as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, one more.
Okay, great.
Hi, I'm Madeline at 116 Simmons Street. I would like to reiterate and request that these rezonings may be denied, please, because I just am seeing so fewer and fewer of these historic homes. And when I look at what cost this development is, I cannot find much of a benefit to the neighborhood itself. There are just fewer and fewer of these signifiers of history and the heritage of this neighborhood and the stories that are told through these houses that have such symbolic meaning, and not only symbolic meaning, but economic meaning and resource means. They're in good condition for the most part, these houses. One was just recently lived in until it was bought. The tenant lived there for 40 years. I just don't see the reason to demolish them in order to build new farmhouse style homes when they're in perfectly good condition as they are. And I worry for the day that we kind of wake up and see that the only historic homes left are the ones in these more seen as prestigious designated neighborhoods such as Boulevard, but then the ones that are just as beautiful and valuable have all been demolished. So I'd like everyone to deeply consider that before moving forward with this. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the auditorium, Rick?
Anyone else? It looks like that's it.
Okay, we'll move on to discussion amongst commissioners. Anyone like to start us off? Kristen?
I guess maybe a clarification for staff. So this is not a rezoning, correct? This is only before us because of the splitting of the lots. If these houses were renovated, like as it is, the lots are non-conforming in the airport overlay, correct? It's just the fact that they're being reconfigured into 3 lots is why it's come before us, correct?
That's correct. And it really the only path forward to create lots smaller than an acre are through the plan development process because of the airport overlay. If this were to be, if it weren't the airport overlay, the lots are conforming in size. The airport overlay would not restrict the 2 houses from certainly being renovated or the 2 houses from being removed and 2 new houses built. This is really all about going from 2 to 3.
Yeah, because put another way, if it were not for the airport overlay, would this even come through a public process to get reconfigured into 3 lots?
No, only through the demolition process if the commission opted to try to designate the neighborhood as a local historic district, that it would then go through a public process. Other than that, it would be all administrative.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm just gonna say, for the purposes of it being a public meeting, you know, it's one of those weird situations that we're in here. I'm just gonna say I am a huge fan of historic preservation. I'm really sad whenever an older house gets torn down. I think it's kind of a waste. But I also would urge residents, anybody can have a historic district if you have a lot of historic houses in your neighborhood. Saying this as someone who has gone through that process in my own neighborhood, I urge everyone to band together and get a grassroots effort going. And that is the only way that you can save the older houses in any neighborhood, by getting that process together. So, yeah.
Jim? You were muted, Jim.
It seems to me that under circumstances like this, the applicant might want to have a chance to rebut the public statements. We might ask him if he wants to take advantage of that.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Hawes, do you have anything you wanted to say in response to the public comment?
Yes, can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Right, okay. So yeah, I definitely don't want to cause any stress or ill feelings for what the development I'm trying to do, but in my opinion, and I mean, I know we had a few people come forward tonight, but in my opinion, I've had people stop by the current properties that we currently built and ask what's the plan for the others, and I've explained it to them, and they actually like the thought of newer homes going there. I actually took two people inside the houses as well, and they can see why. From the outside, I'm not sure what you see that makes it, you know, nice homes at this point. There's basically squatters in one. And one house is completely, you know, unlivable. As far as the pricing, I personally don't set the market. 3 years ago, we built plans and the market was way cheaper. So that's a thing that, you know, to the public, I can't control, you know, what the market is and what the cost of the homes are. But you know, all I can do is try to work with everyone to make it fit, and you know, for everyone, everyone's not gonna like what's going on, honestly. And that's just the truth. I have a heart for the people that wants to see these homes be rebuilt. You know, that was an option before I purchased, but after, you know, taking my contractors in and just looking at the structure, I mean, the houses they're not in good shape. You know, I mean, even if I was to, I'm not sure what's the biggest concern of the public. Is it the price of the homes or the look of the homes? Because I do get a lot of comments on the look of the homes that we've already built and how we're helping clean the corner up there. Even if we were to go in and try to remodel the homes, the price point would still be similar, you know, because it's just what the market brings forward right now. So I wish I can satisfy everyone, but you know, unfortunately, it's one of those things that I can't. You know, most of the people that maybe the people that stop by are just stopping by just to see what's going on to come. I have no idea. I have no idea, but everyone that I speak to out there likes it. So again, I wish I could please everyone, but unfortunately I can't in this circumstance.
Great, thank you. I think I saw hands up from Katie and Matt. Katie, do you want to go?
Okay, yeah, I also, support historic preservation, and it's really important to conserve resources. I mean, a house that's already built represents, it's the greenest house, as the saying goes, as the house that's already built. In terms of the density, just since the airport authority doesn't have an issue with that, I would support a plan that preserved the front houses and added a lot in the back so that you could get those three houses in that land. The one question I don't think we're very well equipped to say, how much work these houses need, and their historic value, if they're really beyond saving. I would defer to the neighbors who say they're a valuable part of the historic fabric of their neighborhood. I wish I had an objective way of valuing that. Again, I support being able to add another unit there, but I would much rather see the historic houses preserved and an additional unit added in the back, maintaining the street frontage. And I would also second Kristen's encouragement of looking into a historic district if communities want to preserve their historic character.
Thank you. Matt, did you want to make a comment?
I was going to say what Katie said, but less eloquently. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, anybody else? Taylor.
Hey everyone. I just like to say, I think as someone growing up there in that community, I think the houses are nice. I think it's nice. It's good for change. But the issue that the community is having within that neighborhood is the price point of the houses in that particular neighborhood. I drive past there almost every day. They look nice sitting there, but for that price, I think it's in the best interest of the neighborhood that they don't have anything else of that nature built. They're there now. There's nothing we can do about it there now. But as far as adding more, I think they'd rather have keep the historic look. But I think that's the issue in the community is the prices of the housing. But it does look good, but I don't think as far as community, that's not exactly what we want to see.
Thank you. Did I see, Joey? And then Alice after Joey.
I like the plan before us. I mean, I will say I'm all for preserving historic homes. I'm all for historic home communities. This, even though there are homes there, that is not deemed an historic home community. Therefore, with that designation as could be applied for, and if you look at trying to renovate these houses, the price point is still going to be the same, if not more. These houses will probably be at a higher price, trying to save them, depending on their condition. I think that I like the way that corner is shaping up with the two houses that are there now. So I am in support of changing this to 3 and putting 3 houses, because as was originally pointed out with Kristen when she first asked the question, if the airport overlay was not there, we would not be here, and therefore this would be done and we would be moving on, and we'd be at the next item because this would not be part of ours to look at. So we're in a unique circumstance where it is brought forth to us, but I'm on the side that the airport overlay is why it's here. And so if they have no objection, which I believe was brought forth to us in the opening, that I have no objection either. And I am in support of this.
Thank you. Alice, and then Monique.
Thanks. I'll try to be quick here because some of what Joey just said, I would also echo, which is that well, actually, I want to balance between what Taylor and Joey just talked about. I do think that we're not going to get inexpensive houses at this location. However, the neighborhood may feel like a gentrification that involves preserving historic houses, and it's basically the plan that that Katie was suggesting might be a better trade-off than tearing down existing houses and building 3 more. Although also I think that we've got a developer who can build nice houses here. That's not a problem. But the question is replacing historic houses with new ones. And I guess so. I do want to ask a question to staff. Going back to Katie's suggestion that what if we ask the developer to renovate the existing houses and put a third unit behind? What kind of obstacles does the developer run into to do that?
I mean, I really haven't studied it in detail, but it would be an amendment to the PD. He would basically reconfigure it. I, like the rest of you, I have no knowledge of the condition of those existing houses or the expense associated with redoing them. From an issue of, a third lot behind the two in the front, probably the first thing that comes to mind would be access to get to it. It's probably from the far left-hand side is the widest point of access to get back behind the houses to a third house in the back. Water, sewer connections, those types of things would have to be worked through. And I mean, that would probably be the two biggest things other than just time. Because it would basically be a go back, redesign the plan completely and bring it back through the process.
Thank you. That's a very good off-the-cuff answer to a complicated question.
Okay, Monique?
I would just say, based on the communication about the current status of those homes in the area, I have concerns about the quality of that. Those homes that are being occupied or squatted in. I think a makeover might be beneficial to the development as well as the neighborhood. So I can understand that there's some concern about changing and modifying the historic preservation. I can wholeheartedly understand that. I do also question, I'll piggyback on Alice, what does it take to kind of keep the front and modify the back just to kind of meet halfway. But I have concerns about the area not being up to par at this point. So, thinking long term about the community, how does that impact the community long term? So I support this proposal, actually.
Thank you. Anybody else? Matt?
Yeah, just a couple of additional thoughts. I'm all for an increase in density at this location. I think, some of the concerns about compatibility with the existing neighborhood involve historic preservation, and some of them involve the price point, as Taylor said. I agree completely with everything that Taylor said. And I wonder, Mr. Hawes, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my sense from Zillow is that those homes you built there have not sold. Is that correct?
No, they haven't sold as of now.
Okay. So when that project came through a year or two ago, whenever it was, it seemed fine to me. And my sense of the neighborhood is that these 2,000 whatever square foot, 2,400 square foot, whatever they are, homes at $500,000. I hear what you're saying about lumber prices went up and stuff cost what it cost and so on. And as a developer, you're trying to make money. It strikes me that homes of that at that price point in that location may not sell. I'm not sure that neighborhood can support that. It would certainly be the highest price home to sell anywhere near the in that corner. And so I think maybe some of the neighborhood opposition would be reduced if this was a proposal for smaller square footage homes and more of them. And we talked about this a little bit last time when you were here a couple of months ago. And it's your project to put your proposal forward, but I have no problem with the density. If the homes are salvageable, great. If they're not, so be it. I think if you were selling smaller cottages and more of them, I suspect, I can't speak for the neighbors, but I suspect that people would feel like some people anyway, might feel like it fits better into the neighborhood than $500,000 homes. And would be more approachable and more accessible and cost manageable to the community that lives there now, and it would reduce some of the gentrification concerns. So all that is just, my opinion. And I think, you have a lot of land here, and there does seem to be room in the back to build a couple of more cottages. And, I would just encourage you to think about that, although I fully understand it's not my role to say, you should develop your project a different way than what you want to do. But in terms of the project as proposed, I do have a hard time supporting it because of concerns about historic preservation and neighborhood compatibility.
Kristen?
So I'm just gonna go on a limb here. I'm gonna so here's the thing. I recognize it's weird that we're seeing it because of the airport overlay. I understand those circumstances. But at the same time, just looking at it from a planning lens and the fact that yes, we are seeing it, so we do get to vote on this. I am going to make a motion to deny. Yeah, I guess that would be it. So there we go.
Would anyone like to second that motion? Is that you, Lucy?
Yes, I'll make a second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, we'll take a roll call vote on the motion to deny.
I'm sorry, I missed the first and second. I was in conversation.
Oh, okay, that's okay. Rick, we need to do a roll call vote. This is a motion to deny.
Okay, and who was the? Who was
Kristen was the first and Lucy's the second.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Morales?
Yes.
Bass?
Yes.
Rowland?
Yes.
Sanders?
No.
Tucker?
No.
Anderson?
No.
Goodrum?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Kinman? Kinman?
Sorry, no.
It's 5-4 in favor.
Okay, thank you. I guess we are done with that application, right, Brad?
Yes, this will still move forward to the mayor and commission with that recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hawes.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item is 650 US Highway 29 North. I'm not sure who is here from Axis. Or actually, we're going to go staff report first anyway. Okay.
Can y'all see that okay?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. So this is 650 US Highway 29, PD 2021-07-1977. It's an amendment to a commercial general plan development. This is part of the Trail Creek development. And here we go. This is one of the out parcels of the Kroger Trail Creek development. It is currently undeveloped with some slight connection to the other parcels on the northeast corner. The request here is to amend the previously approved plan development for the purpose of adding an additional commercial structure. The original PD, as you know from the last time this was here, only allowed for one commercial structure. The request would add a separate structure, but overall the aggregate commercial floor space would be less than originally approved in just the one building. This is the future development map. It will remain unchanged, as would the zoning. This is what was originally approved when this whole development came in the first time around. As you can see, there's one building with parking in the front. Now the request is for two buildings, as I mentioned, one structure with unspecified future commercial use, and then the primary focus of this request, which is the Take 5 oil change facility on the western side of the property. These are the elevations for the Take 5 oil change. These have been adjusted since last you saw them. Last time there was some, they didn't exactly match up to the site plan in terms of where certain things were located. So these are new, as are the elevations for the other commercial structure. We didn't have any elevations for those last time. We do now, and these are those proposed elevations. Staff recommendation is to approve with a condition. The primary issue that came up during this was with Athens-Clarke County Public Works and the stormwater management. Through discussions with Public Works and with the applicant, they've kind of come to an agreement that it can be done. Our main concern is just that it will not change the binding site plan that would be approved with this request. So as long as they can get that stormwater management plan taken care of with Public Works without changing the binding site plan, that is our main condition, and that will conclude the staff report.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to our applicant presentation.
Good evening. My name is Barak Zuckerman, 860 Johnson's Ferry Road, Atlanta, Georgia. I'm the applicant, and as the staff report said, we're really making just a slight change because we do have Take 5 oil change. I think that owner is on the call and interested in proceeding forward with this. The idea of this was also to give us a little bit more room based on the fact that you look at the uses. We've included medical as well as retail, just because over the last, call it 10 years, we've seen a real change in uses as they relate to retail and the surrounding uses that are part of a retail component, grocery anchored shopping center. As to the staff recommendation, I did understand it. I think I understood it. I've spoken to my engineer, and they've said that we can generally comply with that change, that the storm management plan be coordinated and be done, I guess, according to the new plans. The only thing that I'd like to confirm is that it says here that the staff recommends it for the project, and I just wanted to make sure that that is for this specific property and not for the entire 30-acre development, only because I can't put that onus on Kroger, Taco Bell, and the other properties adjacent to us.
Yeah, I was trying to think of something to mess with you a little bit, Brock, but I couldn't even come up with anything. No, this is just for the limits of the new construction.
Okay, great. As I said, I'm not a problem as long as that was clear, and happy to comply with that. And as I said, my engineers have come up with a plan which keeps the site plan as is with a few adjustments to make sure we do comply with the new requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. And are you finished with your presentation, or I see that Mr. Willard's on the call as well. Did you also want to speak, or are you just leaving it with that?
Just leaving it with that, just here to answer any operational questions if they may come up.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to public comment. Is there anyone in the auditorium who wishes to speak to this application? We'll start with in favor. And is there anyone against who wants to speak against this application? Okay, looks like we can move to Planning Commission discussion. Brad, in the case where there's not public comment, do we give the applicant an opportunity? No, okay.
Nope.
Great, so we'll move on to Planning Commission discussion. And you're free to start with a motion if you'd like. We don't always have to discuss. Alice?
I will take your excellent advice and move to approve the proposal with staff conditions.
Great. Would anyone like to second that? Is that a second, Joey? Okay. So we have a motion by Alice, a second from Joey. All in favor, please raise your hand to say aye or say aye. And is there anyone opposed? Okay, looks like we are unanimous on that one. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, moving on to new business. We'll start with 1310 Spring Valley Road. And we'll start with the staff report.
This should be pulling it up. I know he had made his way back to his office to do this.
Okay.
Well. Rick, are you on? There we go. And then you're muted, I think. We cannot hear you. Still can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay, let me share this PowerPoint. Okay, can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes. Looks
Okay.
like you're advanced on into it a little bit though.
Okay, sorry. Okay, this is 1310 Spring Valley Road. It's a rezoning request from AR, Agriculture Residential, to EI, Employment Industrial. And this is a location map showing the two parcels. They're out on the left side of Spring Valley Road going out towards Winterville area. And this is the aerial view showing the agricultural and wooded property with there's a large pond in the middle of the property there. So the request is from AR to EI. There's no conditions. It's a straight request. There's no plan. The Employment Center featured land use designation would remain. It's 289 acres, and the rezoning would allow for several commercial and light manufacturing uses. We've listed those in the staff report, as well as we've listed the uses that would not be allowed, such as heavy manufacturing, a transfer station, auto wrecking, and others. Okay, this is the future land use, which is employment, so that would not change. And just to go out a little bit further, you can see that this whole side of Spring Valley, from below Athena to up there, Pittard and so forth, beyond Boyles, that's all employment on that side, where you see the agricultural residential on the other side. The zoning, again, would go from AR to EI. And again, just to zoom out, that's the pattern on that side of the Spring Valley Road. So 3 sides of subject property do border other EI zone properties. It's compatible with the future land use designation. The same family that had once requested and obtained AR zoning are the ones now requesting the EI zoning. The EI, again, does not allow the heavy manufacturing uses that would be incompatible with nearby residential development. And so staff is approving with the condition that right now there's sewer nearby, but it's not quite to the property. And so any development of this property would need to have the sewer line brought to it by the developer. And that concludes the staff report.
Great, thank you. And who is here to speak to this application?
I think the agent for the applicant is in the audience, Madam Chair.
Okay, great.
Good evening. My name's Gary Whitworth. I live at 398 Deering Street. I've been asked by the family to speak for them on this changing back the property to an industrial EI zone. To give you a little history, this property was when Athena Industrial Park was conceived, it was part of the zoning. And the owner, over the years, he was a farmer, as in a lot of cases with the other property owners around that were in the industrial zone. But with the taxes increasing, we didn't have what we know today as the CUBA, the Conservation Program. So with him farming like he was, he had a day job in Atlanta, and he asked that we, or the county at the time, take it out of the industrial zone. But when some user came along, he was ready to talk, ready to put it back in. Well, now we found things sort of rocked along over the years with this property, and we've come to a point in the last year to recognize the fact that when it was presented or an interest was out there, that they would not come in to even look at the property due to the fact it wasn't zoned industrial. So what we're requesting now is to put it back in the industrial zone. And if you look at all the maps over the years, this property has always been shown as an industrial property. And if another thing, if you look back to initially, the county needed a place to go for their industrial zone. And this happened back in the 60s. It was conceived to turn that section of Clarke County into an industrial area. They went to all the property owners at the time, and they all agreed to do that, which I think was a brilliant move for Athens-Clarke County. Now you've got more than, I had heard at one time there was many as 7,000 employees within that industrial area. Well, what they did, they expanded that to the point there was more than 3,000 acres there for an industrial park. Well, if you look at the map, this property is in the heart of all that development going on. The rear neighbor is Johnson & Johnson. Boehringer Ingelheim, which has just purchased Marielle, bought the 200 acres on the very back of it right now. Each side has industrial properties on it. And you can see what happened with the when they requested to take it back out of agriculture. A 37-acre piece of it across the road still remains EI, industrial. So we're not asking for anything that wasn't out there in the future. This property, wanting it to be industrial. But it's it's just time to put it back in. The property is in the conservation program now, the CUVA, and it's probably one of the most developable pieces remaining in the park. If you look at what's available now in somewhat larger acreage to the south along the perimeter, there's approximately 250, 60 acres. And probably 40% of that is in a floodplain. That's the rest of it is totally undeveloped. To the north, you've got somewhere around 450 acres that is undeveloped. Then you have this piece, the Christian land, which is 289 acres. It's a critical part of this industrial park. Our tax base is probably 25, 30 or more. Brad can tell you how much our industry pays in taxes for this county. This would be a great move to put it back in. It's property that will sell. We've just, it's funny, things happen in cycles here. And just recently, we've had one of those cycles. We've had a lot of companies coming in here looking and buying additional land. And ironically, it's not ironic, but you had the university and its research. 3 of those companies are here because of the research that's going on. This property is a wonderful piece of Athena Industrial Park. And I hope you'll agree with that. And even back with all the commissioners and the mayors in the past, we have shown that property as industrial property. As a matter of fact, we had a bioscience meeting in Atlanta, an international convention for the bioscience industry. And that was when Heidi Davidson was mayor. A group of us went over, and these were people from the commission and the government at the time. We presented this property hoping we could pull some of that bioscience development in here. And I think that's a good focus for us. This property lends itself beautifully. We've got access to all the utilities, the water lines, everything. And I just like your vote, a recommendation to put it back into the zoning. And I've heard too that this is going to affect the Firefly Trail for the bikers. I can't think of a better thing that would promote that for people from both ends of the trail. If they want to ride their bike to work, it's right there. It's close by. So I see a lot of benefits from this. So anyway, I'm going to turn it over my time. I probably forgot a lot I wanted to tell you, but I'll give it to my son who will finish it.
Thank you.
I'll try to be quick. I'm Grant Whitworth. I live at 760 Meg Street. Yes, we've worked this area since I was a child. My father's brought companies here like Nakanishi, Mariel, which is now Boehringer Ingelheim. But there's 2 reasons we're here. First of all, companies will not look at this property now without having a zoning. So it is time to put it back to what it originally was intended for. The second is we do not need any residential type developments. It's just like up the road where we had a developer trying to put a development in the AR zone. And this area was never intended for that. Ever since DuPont was put in the late 60s, that sewer line was run up, which is the sewer line. And by the way, we're happy with the condition to run sewer. The sewer's on the other side of the creek. That will obviously be part of any development. But we're not talking about heavy industrial here. We're talking about job creators like Boehringer Ingelheim, like Nakanishi, like Johnson & Johnson. A lot of it's a bio type feel. You know, this is for jobs. We're really not we're really not a distribution community. We're not on 85. These are companies that are coming out of UGA, and we desperately need land for them because we're really running out. We've subdivided most of the parcels in Athena Industrial Park to the point where we don't have any larger sites left. And that's why we're here, because it's just really time to put this back in and, you know, put it to what it has always been designed for. And that shows from all the maps. The county has spent the money to bring the sewer and utilities to these areas for job creation. And I just hope y'all will recognize that. And, you know, I do understand that there's opposition from Thomas Farms. That neighborhood was built and designed with buffers around it because of its location adjacent to our industrial park. So I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of that. I do stand with my father on the fact that I think having accessibility to the Firefly Trail is a benefit for job creation. And anyway, hope y'all will support us, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone in the auditorium who wishes to speak in favor of this application?
It does not look like.
Okay, and is there anyone there to speak in opposition to it?
Yes, there is. We'll start with you, sir. Sure.
I'm Dr. Mike Garland of 266 Taylor Lane there in Thomas Farms, a conservation subdivision that was very short, end of short, was very well planned and as a conservation subdivision. Now, I stand in opposition to the rezoning from agricultural residential to the employment industrial. I'm not anti-business. I'm not anti-industry. I'm just a common sense capitalist. That sounds odd, but you know, so as I look at what is going on here, the staff has said that there really is no specific proposed use and there's no binding property improvements that are being offered. I would ask the Whitworths, how many parcels are there currently available that are under consideration? I've been here 16 years and haven't seen very much being built. But I understand the centrality of 1310 Spring Valley Road, go by it all the time. But I am an agricultural research scientist. So I have a special interest in protecting ecological resources, biological functions of land. So as an agronomist, you know, I understand that this is in the middle of the Athena Industrial Park, but I guess I regret that the Christian family doesn't want to continue to farm this. But what I would say is that the United States right now is losing so much agricultural land. I know the Moons that farm Christian land, but we are losing agricultural land at an alarming rate. And once it is lost, it's gone. And there's no way to get it back. So as I look, you and I must continue to eat, have a sustainable supply of food and water. And I think that leaving this as AR is what I would encourage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Angela Green, and I'm here with my husband, Kevin Green, who's also in the audience, and we live at 269 Taylor Lane in the Thomas Farm subdivision. I'm here tonight with a number of my neighbors. There are more of us in opposition to this proposal. However, people have family and work responsibilities and other commitments and can't be here. While there's a great deal of industrial use along Athena and Olympic drives, that is not the case along Spring Valley Road. There are a number of houses on Anderson Lane, on Spring Valley Road itself, and 48 houses in Thomas Farm. Spring Valley Road is primarily residential and agricultural. We are not the same as Olympic and Athena Drives. Spring Valley is soon to be a recreational mecca with the extension of the Firefly Trail. The trail comes very close to Spring Valley Road and exactly the place this parcel of land is located. Many people believe that the Firefly Trail will spur development because people want to live close to this recreational trail and businesses will see opportunities to provide goods and services to those traveling the trail. If this land is rezoned to industrial employment, manufacturing facilities or warehouses eventually will be built, and they'll have a significant impact on the residents. 300 acres of land is enough to build numerous facilities. The only access to this land is Spring Valley Road. That means tractor trailers and other vehicles could be accessing the property at all hours of day. Spring Valley is a country road not designed for this purpose. The dramatic increase in commercial traffic could not be safely accommodated without an investment in road improvements. Even now, exiting Thomas Farm is dangerous with dump trucks and other vehicles speeding from the north where there's a curve in the road obstructing visibility. Spring Valley's 45-mile-an-hour speed limit is frequently exceeded. According to the Athens-Clarke County Transportation Department, Spring Valley Road is also not as wide as Olympic or Athena Drives. When industrial facilities are located in residential areas, there are going to be issues of noise, lighting, unhealthy air impacting nearby houses. We already experience periodic air pollution from the CertainTeed plant on Athena Drive. The majority of households around Spring Valley Road are people of color. Much evidence exists throughout the United States that industrial facilities are often sited in areas where less powerful citizens who are less likely to object live. I hope that's not what's happening here in Clarke County. I'm a believer in comprehensive planning with community input to balance the need for all types of development. Rezoning this parcel of land feels like a piecemeal approach rather than a serious, thoughtful process about the vision for Athens-Clarke County. Frankly, I just don't understand the urgency to rezone this land at this time. The planning department acknowledges there are currently more than sufficient number of properties for commercial and industrial development. I would like to see Athens-Clarke County revisit the future use maps to address the great need for housing and to try to preserve agricultural land. And I respectfully suggest that using 400 feet for notification purposes is not sufficient. Using 400 feet makes it look like you don't want residents to know about things that are going to impact them. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is William Rogers. I live at 172 Gretchen Lane in the Thomas Farm subdivision. I also stand in opposition to the rezoning request. I could go into a number of reasons. I'm going to simply state that I believe Ms. Green is giving you an excellent summation of the reasons that I had. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you for staying. I know this is a later meeting. My name is Marlene McKee. I live at 115 Ashland Court. I'm actually a bank teller. Previously to moving here, now, but previously to moving here, I was a demo. It filled. My husband and I, we moved here in 2020. And I'm sorry if I'm going to get emotional about this, but we wanted to purchase a home here to retire. I mean, that's what you do. You work and then you retire and you find a place where you want to kind of settle in. So here's our hard work money. And we lived in Northwest Indiana, which was industry. And I know they're not saying heavy industry, but we do know that over time, it does change the area. And just in this last year, I've seen a new building, well, I'm not even sure what it is, and going down Athena, which I travel often, you know, you'll even see truckers on the side of the roads waiting to get into some place of business. I'm not sure what it is, but We love our neighborhood. It's tucked into Thomas Farms. We feel safe there. We were looking forward to the Firefly Trail that is coming through and will allow us to be out about meeting people who like to walk in the area too. I do disagree that they don't feel that it will be an issue, but we came from Indiana where there was trails. It does change when you add industry to the area. I know that as a fact from where I lived. Which also gives us an opportunity to meet other people. I have a good feeling others who won't appreciate loud noise, traffic that will be brought on because of industrial company being built on Spring Valley. When they put the picture up, my heart sunk when I saw this plot, and across the street is our neighborhood. We live in an industrial area, and we know that it does change. Since we have moved here, we've already seen that large building, higher traffic. And I think we need to realize that we're just now seeing traffic come back from this pandemic that we're in. You know, this previous year, that was not quite as much. So we're really not seeing the true effect of how much traffic is going to be there. Which is going to bring large trucks. It is uncommon to see trucks line up, and I've already mentioned that. I have to say, had I known that there was going to be businesses here, rezoning proposal in this rural area, we would have not moved here. I'm sorry.
That's your turn.
Oh, can I just say one more thing, please?
I really got it.
I know, but this is important. I know everybody says important, but the National Safety Council reports that cell phone use and driving leads to 1.6 crashes each year. And from Safety Council reports each year from crashes, nearly 390 injuries occur each year from accidents caused by texting and driving. 1 out of every 4 in the US caused by texting and driving. That being said, when you pull out of Thomas Farms, it's a windy road. They have some blind spots. And I personally have lost 2 family members in industrial areas, a family member that was killed when somebody was texting, driving, and then just recently, an accident where it's congested and 4 people were in there. This is my family that was killed, all under the age of 30, and none of them was their fault. So I think we need to take into consideration how much traffic on this windy road and blind side is going to create on Spring Valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alex Marchante, and I live at 106 Gretchen Lane, which is 2 houses from the stop sign on towards Spring Valley Road, separating the neighborhood from the area in question. Tonight, I would have more than enjoyed staying home and celebrating my mom's birthday. However, after the effort I made to inform our neighbors of this rezoning proposal, and perhaps a moment's thought my mom said go, this is important too. I have a different experience compared to many of the incredible neighbors speaking with me this evening. Many of our neighbors are older adults, retirees, people establishing their homes and families at Thomas Farms, whereas I am a result of 14 years living in this neighborhood, and I met a lot of my neighbors, new and old, over the past couple weeks. There have been arguments against this proposal by many of us for many different reasons, including the ones that weren't here tonight. And I hope that every word of every email from our neighbors has rang true to all of you, because it has for me. I will not discuss the specific reasons this proposal should be rejected, as I feel as though my neighbors have done a good job of summarizing them. I would just like to note that this is common sense zoning we are seeking. We know that sooner or later this tract of land is going to be developed into something. We do not understand why now, why so much, and why so soon. Over the past couple of years, we have seen a lot of activity on Athena Drive that perhaps we were not able to have a say in. Reaching out to many of my neighbors at Thomas Farms was a right decision, as we all agree that now is the time that we let our voices be heard. We do not have confidence that Spring Valley Road's infrastructure is capable of this proposal when there are no plans currently to adjust the road accordingly. We believe that not only us and our families, but the nearby and expanding Firefly Trail would be done a great disservice by the eyesore and possible road safety concerns of such a development. We unfortunately have a reminder on Athena Drive to the dangers cyclists and pedestrians face in this area with the bicycle of a young woman who lost her life there. While we understand that things must change as they naturally do, we cannot support an industrial rezoning of this tract of land. We find it fitting that in the event of a rezoning is necessary, that it be residential or commercial, because frankly, it would make a lot more sense than what is being proposed. I would like to thank all my neighbors for speaking out on this issue tonight. And I only wish that our various voices of this neighborhood and the surrounding area, including the people that weren't here from Anderson Lane or Spring Valley Road, would be taken into serious consideration for this proposal, because as my mother said, this is important too. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? You said.
Good evening. My name is Clarence Daniel. I stay at Thomas Farm, stay on 157 Gresham Lane. Question I was concerned about, they said that the guy stayed farming the land. It was fine the way it was on. What are the big issue now they want to rezone it for? Is it because of they see where they can make more money in that area? Or they're not concerned about the people and the families in the neighborhood? That's the question I want to ask, because if it were fine back then to leave it like it was, it benefits somebody was farming and it was supposed to be rezoned. Why now rezone? Why not leave it like it is? That's all I got to say.
Anybody else? I believe that's everybody.
Okay, thank you. The applicant does have the opportunity to speak again for 2 minutes if he wishes to do so. I think that you are muted there in the auditorium.
So yes, and we're happy to meet and explain with anyone at Thomas Farms. We were supposed to have a meeting with them Tuesday with Avita Thornton, but I think she had to cancel. But anyway, this is not something new. This is something that has been that way for years. And to answer the gentleman's question, it was industrial. They simply took it out because they couldn't take the tax burden, and there was not this use of a conservation use covenants at the time. This area has been planned for this for 50, 60 years. And, I'm sure that staff would be, and transportation would be recognizing any development that does come in the future and any improvements that are on any of the county roads. We're happy to bring the utilities to the property. We are not trying to interrupt anything here. This is what has been planned for our community and the future of our community. The employment is the right word. I think people get caught up with the employment industrial. This is light industrial. There's several restrictions you can read in the staff report. That's all we have to, we're going off of what the plan has been for this community since we started planning this community, and that being the city of Athens. And there's definitely a need to have jobs here. So happy to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll bring it behind the rail for commission discussion. Alice?
Yeah, I just have a quick question about the history of this property, and I think the applicant just alluded to it, and it was alluded to during the discussion, but I'm just very confused about how the property got rezoned in 2002. It says that the owner requested the property be rezoned to AR, and I understand there are some tax issues there, but it just something about this doesn't sound right with me. And I guess I would, 2002 is a long time ago. So maybe Lucy knows something about this or can remember something about this, maybe Brad, but could I just get a little more detail about the history?
And I think Lucy has left us, but I'd be glad to let you know what I remember. It was zoned originally, I believe, in 90. I mean, the industrial zoning on it goes back into the 70s, 60s. In 92 or 93 is when the Christian family originally requested to take it out of industrial zoning and put it into AR for purpose of taxes. When we did comprehensive rezoning in 2000, where the entire county was rezoned, it was put back into, at that point, we created an employment industrial zone that was a light manufacturing versus a heavy industrial zone. And this whole northern end of the Athena Industrial Park was classified under that EI designation, which was more geared towards, the Naramcos, the Johnson & Johnson, Boehringer, Ingelheim type facilities. About 2 years after it was rezoned as part of comprehensive, Mr. Christian realized that it had been rezoned and was not very happy about it because he had rezoned it to AR 8 or 9 years previously, and he wanted it back to AR again, and so requested to put it back into AR zoning. I believe at that point it would have been Commissioner Charles Carter, who would have been the District 1 commissioner that kind of shepherded that through the process. But and it has remained that way since 2002. I think shortly thereafter there was a conservation subdivision proposal that was brought forward from an outside developer to do a residential neighborhood on it. That was denied by the mayor and commission that was seated at the time. It was proposed as a workforce housing development. It was denied based on its location within an industrial park and lack of proximity to services, things like that. We were sued in federal court over it for fair housing violation, and ultimately Athens-Clarke County was upheld at that point on the decision not to rezone it for the subdivision. But it has remained zoned AR. The land use plan was modified to keep it in that employment. So as at some point in the future, if and when the family was ready to move it back into employment, it was the future land use was in place to represent the industrial park, but it has not been zoned by the county again. This is the first time that the family has come back forward to ask that it be put back to the employment industrial zoning that it had in 2000.
So it does seem, striking to me that the family can move a property in and out of zoning so easily, but I'm sorry, I'm editorializing, but just to make sure I understand. So it was in 2008 that we did the updated the future development map, and that's when it is in EI now, employment industrial, and so that's why it's a type 2.
Yes, with the 2008 update, the land use plan was put back to employment, but the zoning remained AR at that point. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
To continue with that, so the first time the land was put, what year was the first time the land had the future land use designation that it has now?
The first time would have been in 2000. Well, I mean, before that, it would have carried it too under the old zoning ordinance. But when we did comprehensive rezoning in 2000, the land had both an employment future, and I'm sorry, I've got the original 2000 maps up in here. So the employment land use was in place, as was the employment industrial zoning in 2000.
Okay.
I think when Mr. Christian asked to rezone it again in 2002, at that point, because the ordinances are different, we couldn't have rezoned it to AR without changing the future land use map. And so the mayor and commission that were in place at that time rezoned his property and amended the future land use map to agriculture. When we did the 2008 update, we put the land use back into employment to represent its location within the industrial park.
Okay, great. Katie?
Another question for staff. If it is in the industrial park, I mean, what are the services and infrastructure that are there? I mean, it sounds like if the access is on Spring Valley Road, do we have roads designated for heavy trucks? I mean, what is special about the location of this industrial park in terms of services and infrastructure?
I think probably the industrial park itself came far before the services. There is water and sewer in the area. It just the area between Spring Valley and Olympic all drains to the center, to the rear of those properties, and so that's where the sewer line is. It's just to the west of the back of this property. It's in proximity. It's just not on it right now. I think there is water in Spring Valley Road currently, because there is an existing industry just north of this at the corner of Spring Valley and Voiles, which is the Nakanishi manufacturing plant at the corner.
Yeah, responding to the public comment about access via Spring Valley, is that fairly unique? Do most of the others have access on the other two roads?
The truck access, and granted, in fairness, the Nakanishi is a corner lot, so it's very close to Voiles and Moores Grove, but the industrial access is off of Spring Valley, where the parking for employees comes off of Voiles to the north, on the north side. But beyond that, you know, the rest of that stretch of Spring Valley between Athena and Voiles currently does not have any other additional industrial type uses on it.
Kristen?
I have a question for the applicant. There was a mention of earlier that the land was it was before conservation easements existed. So I was curious if there were plans or possibility for the land to be placed in a conservation easement now that those tools are available, even if it is zoned EI.
Yes, it is currently in a conservation use covenant because the remaining portion and the part of the property where the home is actually EI. So technically, if you look on Q Public, it shows up as EI anyway, not on the map. But there's 30 acres of the house, which was never taken out. But it is under a conservation use, and that would be the plan to keep it there until we have a user, and that would be in the future. So, yes.
Brad, I have a question or comment maybe. When we in the past on this commission have looked at allowed by right uses in a particular zoning category, have we done that in the context of a straight rezone? Can we do that in the context of a straight rezone, or is that only allowed in a PD application?
In terms of the planning commission making conditional uses removed?
No, in terms of, for example, us looking at the list on page 2 of the staff report and trying to, I'm sort of thinking, I'm channeling Lucy, who, if she were here, she would say, we don't like straight rezones. We don't like to do that. I think in this case, I can see the argument for the rezone, but whenever something like this comes in front of us, I do think we have the possibility, you know, we do have the benefit of knowing that there are homes across the road from this tract, and whether there are any of the by right EI uses that might be able to be stricken from the allowed uses in a way that could, to some extent, alleviate the concerns of the neighbors. Is that something that's possible?
I mean, what we have generally told you for this type of a type 2 straight rezoning, especially on one that is being asked to be put back into a zone that's compatible with the comprehensive plan where it's currently not, we've discouraged you from making that a condition to say it's appropriate to rezone it, but the uses within that zone, some of them aren't appropriate. We've generally gone back to the applicant. If it seems to be getting to that point, what I would encourage you to do would be, if there is interest with the planning commission to do that, my advice would be to table the item and request the applicant, if willing, to bring forward a list of uses that they may be willing to request be not included, and then you're simply just approving what they're asking for. You've got that as an issue. It's a big piece of property. You know, setbacks, landscape buffers. I would be hesitant to try to place, you know, if you were going to go the route of protection from the corridor, a natural buffer. You know, but a landscaped area with increased setbacks could certainly be something that could be offered by the applicant as well. You know, that certainly doesn't address the issues of truck traffic or other things on the road, but in terms of proximity, pushing whatever goes on that property further back into the 280 acres versus sitting right up on the road. But I would suggest those are probably things that the applicant would need to be willing to bring forward as my recommendation to you, instead of you condition them, given the circumstances with his property.
Right. So like we could, for example, come up with recommendations in this setting that would guide that, if we wanted to table that and give the applicant that opportunity.
And what the applicant, you know, at this point, them serving as the agent, they would need to discuss with the family, look at the list of, you know, if we rezone this to employment industrial, there's a long list of things that could go there. Are there certain things that the family would be willing to say that, you know, we would condition the rezoning so as to not allow, you know, X, Y, and Z? You know, I promise you that light manufacturing is not going to be one of them that they're going to want to remove from the property. But there are some other uses in that list that may very well be, you know, suitable to not have included.
Yeah. Okay. That's good to know. Joey, did I see your hand up?
Yes, ma'am. It appears to me that early on, Clarke County has identified this as an industrial employment area. And I know the residents of Thomas Farms probably haven't been there that long, but I would think that maybe their developer, which came in around 2005, 2006, which was after this was already kind of identified as industrial manufacturing area, probably presented his plan for one of people to work and be employed near the manufacturing companies that are surrounding. If I'm, and I might be mistaken, but I thought we looked at something down near Coal Middle not few months ago, and we denied that because of the industrial area, and this was more of what Clarke County has identified as in our future land use. That this is the areas of Clarke County where we see this type of development. So, I mean, I'm looking at this and hearing at both sides, but it seems like this is something that we've identified as a county and as a community of this is the proper use and the proper place for that. So, you know, I'm in support of changing the zoning based on the area in which it sits in Clarke County and what Clarke County has identified before I ever became a member of this commission, and before many of people, and even before Thomas Farms was built, as the area in which this should be properly zoned for manufacturing. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim?
I think we're playing with fire here. There are inevitably conflicts between industrial and neighborhood zones, and we've had several zoning questions over the years where that concern has become an issue. But here effectively, we, in order to help the neighbors here, and I would like to help the neighbors here, we are potentially foreclosing the industrial development of Clarke County, and that's something that might be essential to the future of the county. So I think we have to tread very carefully here, because we may just hurt the whole county in the effort to help some people who have come by since it was originally viewed as headed for industry.
I think I would add to my sort of previous comment before that think that maybe Brad said it earlier, or maybe someone else, I'm not sure, just that the E in the EI zoning is really important. And I think that maybe thinking about uses that really are consistent with values that the community has set forward in the comp plan, in terms of job creation. And I tend to think a little bit in the line with what Jim said, in the sense that, and Joey, that, we did, this was identified by years ago, before we were ever around on this commission, that this would be a place where, an employment center. So, I don't know. I can neither make motions nor vote, but I would say that I'm sort of interested in the idea of rezoning the property, but whatever would procedurally need to be done, maybe to look at that list and think about, I mean, I can look at that list right now and see some things I don't want to see on that property from the standpoint of they don't really create jobs. I don't need any more storage facilities in that area, at least. I don't see that as a job creator. What is a job creator would be some of the things that are already out there. So I don't know, I just am kind of putting that out there for the last time, but it's sort of what I think. Alice?
I know this is my second time to talk, so am I getting in front of anybody else?
I don't think so. You're good.
Okay. Just in response to what you were saying just now, Sarah, I think this is a difficult line that the Planning Commission has to walk. Our job is to evaluate appropriate land use. And what you were just describing is appropriate land use with some, policy goals that the community has, which probably, I mean, in my mind, is more where the mayor and commission need to come in. So I'm not sure if I'm willing to, I don't know what I'm willing to do. Rather than table this to have that conversation at the Planning Commission level, I guess what makes more sense to me is to include in whatever motion we make a recommendation, and staff can tell me if this is completely not a thing we can do, but a recommendation that we recognize this is an employment area, and we would like the mayor and commission to look at that list that it's right there on page 2. So I don't know, Brad, do you want to respond to what I just said?
Yeah, I think you could do it, but I think that, as a comment, I don't think that's a condition, because I don't think you can place conditions on the elected body, but you could certainly encourage them and the applicant, to work with the family between, as a concern, that you've pointed it out. And if the family was willing to look at the list and convey to the applicant, who is their agent, we're willing to concede the following uses, as part of it, that's something they could present to the mayor and commission prior to ultimately a vote by that body when it goes to them.
Or we could table it right now and ask them to bring that back to us next month.
You could, yes, absolutely.
Would anyone else like to make a comment or a motion? Katie.
Yeah, just a comment. I think most conventional zoning is very blunt. I mean, there's so many things allowed in so many places, and I think it does as much harm as it does good. So I don't think we should be treating this, this zone as something sacred. But of course, we have to be fair, and we have to apply the existing standards fairly. And also, they didn't know everything in the 60s and 70s either. I mean, I understand that we want to be fair to you know, this property owner with respect to the neighbors, I mean, they got to develop their land and make lots of money off it. So there's that element. But yeah, Sarah, I really like what you brought up about, I mean, the whole purpose of zoning is to have a public benefit. And not all of the uses in the proposed zone would have any of that benefit that I can tell. I don't know where to go from this point, but just a couple thoughts. That's it. Oh, actually, sorry, I have one more thought.
Go ahead, Katie.
Having seen other industrial areas like in other states, usually they are served with really good access, you know, great broadband, transportation access. I mean, it'd be awesome if people bike to work on the Firefly Trail, but I mean, if you're going to have a lot of people working there, how are they going to get there? Do we really want to add traffic to our roads? You know, I mean, there is ACC transit, but is it frequent enough? I mean, usually you want to concentrate jobs near where people live. And unless it's a really, you know, huge or polluting, loud, dirty, unattractive kind of thing, there's no reason to have it so far from population centers. And I'd say, Lucy would probably say, you know, that's why you have industrial areas away from where people live. So again, that employment industrial is much broader than the kind of thing that you have to have out in the middle of nowhere. That's really it.
Thanks. Alice?
I guess I was just going to go ahead and do what Katie wasn't willing to do, which is to make a motion to table so that we can have some time for the applicant to go back to the neighbors and maybe discuss this list that's under Roman numeral 4 on page 2 of the staff report that includes the uses that are permitted in EI. I am generally in favor of the rezone, but it does make sense based on what we've heard from the people in the auditorium that this needs to be EI with a few guardrails, a couple of guardrails around it. So I'll make the motion to table with that intention.
Okay, do we have a second? Kristen. Okay, Rick, maybe I'll have you do a roll call vote for this one.
Okay. Kinman,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Excuse me, could you please restate the motion? I'm not sure what it is.
The motion is to table to give the applicant a chance to talk to neighbors about permitted those uses that are listed on page 2 of the staff report, maybe limiting that list.
Pass,
Yes.
Sanders,
Yes.
Tucker,
No.
Henderson,
Yes.
Goodrum,
Yes.
Hall.
Yes.
Okay, it passes 7-1.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you to the applicant, and we'll look forward to seeing you again. Okay, and thank you all to everyone who came out and spoke to this application. We do really appreciate public comment right now, especially when you've got to do it over WebEx. Okay, moving on to the next item, 325 and 355 Oneida Street. We'll start with the staff report.
All right. Is everything showing up okay on your end?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So our next case is PD 202109-2602. It's located at 325, 355 Oneida Street. And it is an amendment to the CN and I's to an existing PD of the commercial neighborhood industrial plan development at the Millworks site. So the two subject parcels in this proposal, 325 and 355 Oneida Street, are zoned commercial neighborhood and industrial and are part of an existing plan development. As you can see from the aerial, to the north of the subject property is Loop 10, along with a large tract of undeveloped land that's zoned RM2. And to the east of the proposed redevelopment site is the manufacturing facility zoned industrial, as well as employment industrial. And then finally, CSX owns an undeveloped parcel zoned RM2 located to the west. The future development map indicates that the subject parcel has a mixed density residential designation, and that would not be changing as part of the request. And the underlying zoning would not be changing at all. This is just an amendment to the uses of a PD. So there are two purposes for the amendment of the existing plan development. One, to allow for the expansion of the existing cap of 10,000 square feet of gross hotel floor area, which is a commercial neighborhood-wide standard for all hotels. And the approval of this amendment would allow for up to 35,000 square feet of hotel area. This number has been requested to meet the size of the existing building C, which is planned to be retrofitted for the hotel. No additional square footage would be added to the current site plan. It's just to utilize what's already there. The secondary reason of the amendment is to allow for the theater use, which is not currently permitted in the commercial neighborhood zones. Tweed Recording, which already occupies space in Building D, would like to expand that space to include a production studio that could potentially have a small audience for live recordings. And under the commercial neighborhood zoning, broadcasting studios and associated functions would be allowed, including a viewing area. And this type of use could be seen as an event space as well, which is also permitted under the site amendments from the most recent amendment in 2018. But if fixed seating, for example, were to be provided, that would turn it into the theater and auditorium use. And the application states that the request is to allow for flexibility when designing and programming the space, so that the additional amendments would not be needed in the future. And then with the proposed hotel, there is also an additional patio area and plaza, as well as a potential rooftop space, and modification to the existing parking areas surrounding Building C. Here's the overall site plan. The only changes to the binding site plan from the most recent one in 2018 are the additions of the plaza and patio area highlighted by the green box, and I'll zoom in on that here. So here's an enlarged version of the site plan, which shows the new additions. The parking layout has changed slightly. 6 spaces have been removed, but they're still well above the minimum required for the current tenant spaces, as well as for the tenant spaces that they are projecting to be there in the future. There's also no net loss in trees. Every tree will be replaced. So there are 2 architectural elevations that have been proposed. This is the first one. So this is an elevation of Building C to illustrate potential exterior building changes. Staff finds that the submitted architectural elevations with the masonry materials and metal accents on the windows are cohesive with the exteriors of existing buildings on site. The only change from the existing binding architecture to the proposed binding architecture is the inclusion of windows on the 3rd story of the building instead of the existing concrete masonry units. The structure already has 3 floors, so an additional floor wouldn't be added, but the 3rd floor currently doesn't have windows. So the addition of the windows would allow for the full use of the 3rd floor and for compliance with building code. These plans show the alternate option for the architecture, the binding architectural plans. which includes an enclosed rooftop area. Since 2 binding elevations have been received, both can be accepted as binding, and then there's the option for either when permitting for construction. And that would be a decision made by the developers. So our recommendation is for approval, since the request has come with a new binding site plan to show the elevation and the new binding elevation, to show the proposed plaza and 3 binding elevations to show the replacement of the existing CMU on the 3rd floor, bringing back functionality to that level. Staff sees no issues with the additional hotel space, especially considering the reuse and rehabilitation of the historic structure, and that's being prioritized here, as well as some community benefits are being offered at the plaza. Additionally, staff finds that the added theater use is appropriate considering the current tenant, Tweed Recordings, and the fact that the potential theater would be used in conjunction with an approved use, the production studio. The overall functionality, we believe, would align with the production studio use as well as the previously approved event space use. So staff finds that the 2 requested waivers truly only further the intent of the original PD to create like the unique mixed use residential and commercial destination. And for these reasons, staff recommends approval for the amendment request. This concludes the staff presentation at this time, and let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to our applicant. Is that you, Scott?
Yes, good evening. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. My name is Scott Haynes. I work for WA Engineering here tonight representing the Athens Mill Management LLC, who was the property owner of the Southern Mills, and also the local development team, who is additionally represented here tonight. Mr. David Dwyer is also on the line. I've been working on this project overall since 2012, and since the beginning of the project, I've certainly seen some significant changes to this property. At one point, these 100-year-old structures were literally collapsing, and now we're to a point where we're close to rehabbing the last building here. This development is especially important to me personally, not only because of my history with the project, but also because it's where I come to work every day. In fact, it's actually where I'm speaking to you from right now. Over the last year and a half, I've had a front row seat to the success of this development, whether it's the smell of IPA brewing in the afternoons from Creature, or meeting new folks from exciting, cool businesses around town that are sharing space in this building D that we are currently in as WA Engineering, or watching the recent renovation of the front part of building C, which we call C1, which is what Creature is currently working to save. It's really been extraordinary to watch all this happen. And tonight, coming to you with the request, as Sam very well laid out, to allow for the expansion of the hotel use from 10,000 square feet, which is what's allowed currently by the underlying zoning, to 35,000 square feet. This would allow for the use of a greater portion of the remainder of the C building, which we refer to as C2. Although we are asking for 35,000 square feet, we do not yet have definitive plans to necessarily utilize that much space. We did want to make sure, though, that we were coming to you with a request that was adequate for our planning purposes to ensure that we would not have to return to this board for additional requests in the future. Currently, we're planning on roughly 51-room boutique style hotel. The style of this would be in keeping with the unique nature of the mill, and in doing so, would be unique to the Athens area. There are early plans to also provide other commercial on the ground floor of that C2 structure. This could be a restaurant, is probably a leading candidate. Whatever that would be complementary to the hotel, but it would also serve to draw and bring in the greater community into this project. By most accounts, this mill property is fairly unknown by a large majority of people that I speak with. I talk to people all the time about where I work, and few people really realize that there is a 100-year-old mill at the bottom of Anita. This place was once a really serious economic engine for the community. And although I'll say it's really well on its way to regaining that status, It's important for people to come into this property and to experience that history and the arc of where it's coming to today. We believe that the proposed hotel and the ancillary commercial that we're speaking of tonight have a potential to be a catalyst to really accomplish that. The second part of this request, although it may seem a major request asking for the theater use to be allowed, is really fairly minor. It's specific to the Tweed Recording Audio Production School, and it's really more of a precautionary measure. As Tweed refines their plans for completing the renovation of the end of the D building, it's possible that there could be potentially an audience inclusion element to one of the studio spaces. Again, there's no firm plans for this, but if it does turn out to be a viable direction for them, we want to make sure that it would be a clearly compliant option. This application is offering the opportunity tonight to sort of piggyback that theater request to this greater request for hotel, again, so that we would not have to come back before you to ask for that theater use in the future. I can tell you that if the theater use did become a viable option, that it would be contained within a space specifically designed for sound mitigation. The site is adjacent to an active rail line. I can attest to that on a daily basis. So the sound insulation measures that would be in this space would be extremely robust. I say that to say that this use, if approved, would not lead to any type of sound pollution or sound intrusion issues for neighbors. I want to thank you for your time tonight. I know it's gotten late. I want to especially thank those of you that have been with us through this process over the years. Again, David Dwyer is on the line with us tonight, and he can speak to questions specific to the hotel or to Tweed. And I would be happy to answer any questions if you have them. We certainly appreciate your support. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to public comment. Is there anyone in the auditorium who wishes to speak in favor?
Yes, point of order. How long do I have to speak? You have 3 minutes. Okay, great. Hello, my name is Michael Smith, 147 Bryan Street. Our family and others worked with W&A Engineering and the mill managers back in 2017 during a forum. We're still in a neighborhood. We're still trying to get the front of the street cleaned up. So I definitely, and other neighbors and stakeholders and patrons of our community that come in are interested in supporting this project and keeping it on schedule with the commission votes. But we have very specific, at least I personally, and there's some agreement that we have very specific conditions. And I'm asking that the Planning Commission include this however way you choose to vote. Before that, I would just like to point out that even though it's assumed that the mill has the right to build a 10,000 square foot hotel right now, that is not actually what happened. It's a contrived nuance. So I'm just pointing out that the commission, in fact, removed a hotel from permitted uses in 2018. However, we're still supportive, at least I am, of this project with specific conditions. And that is, number one, that we have a mediation with the mill managers, RWA Engineering, on what we're going to do with the front of the neighborhood in regards to traffic. Right now, it's basic environmental design. We feel very strongly in a flexible neighborhood economy. The neighborhood was designed by master engineers to have heavy use edges, which is now the loop and the railroad track in the back of the property, including the rubber plant. The middle part of the neighborhood, which is Bryan Street, was specifically designed for live and work spaces, okay? And Oneida Street, which nobody ever talks about, was designed for heavy industrial use and industrial park, and that was finally realized with snow tires in the 1940s. So the rubber plant and the mill has been fighting. So the second condition, so we want a traffic plan that severely reduces traffic on Bryan Street, number one. Number two, we want a road to where the rubber plant can live in peace on the loop side of the rubber plant. And then number three, we would like, as a community benefit not attached to the tax allocation district, a planning fund to encourage development integrated at its root with marginalized community and other entrepreneurs. So just to clarify 1 second, the agreement that we would like y'all to ask to pass to the commission is one, a street plan, a traffic plan mediated with the front of the neighborhood. Number two, a road on the other side of the rubber plant so that fighting will stop. And then number three, a plan to integrate the neighborhood economically. Thank you so much. We are supportive of the project.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the auditorium who wishes to speak in favor?
Hey there.
Hello, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Thomas Scott Woodward. Friends call me TS. I live at 143 Bryan Street, and my father, Thomas David Woodward, owns the property, and I also speak on behalf of him as well as the small business that's at 143 Bryan Street, Happy Top LLC. We're a bed and breakfast, as well as a recording studio and small event space. We're very, very small. We do the best we can with what we got. It's nice to see Scott speaking earlier. I think they drive. I see WA and engineering driving by all the time, and I wave to everybody I can. But anyway, I'd just like to second what my neighbor Michael was saying about the conditional approval of the plan, which I've read over and looks good. But we would like to address traffic concerns, add the street to fix traffic flow problems. We'd also like a more robust community benefit plan than what is in place on the application right now. So I won't repeat what he said, but we do have it written out, and you know, I've been there a couple years. Michael and his family's been there a long time. We also have another neighbor, so there is a community of people who live on Bryan Street, which is at the top of the application. 285 Bryan Street, the location. You know, there are two streets here, and what's going on down at the mill is exciting. What's going on at the top of the street is exciting too, and we want to collaborate, not compete. We want to work together. So we would just ask that there's a mediation, some kind of meeting where we can get our ideas on the table and make sure that this is benefiting the community, both where we are and other parts of the neighborhood. We want to maintain the employment industrial spirit and just, you know, work together. And so as I was reading the traffic thing on the application, I just wanted to point out before my time's up that I saw a typo on the section 4, you know, on traffic, transportation, and transit. It says the site currently has via two-way driveways from Annetta Bryan Street, period. It's an incomplete sentence, and it just seems kind of confusing. It doesn't like I think there's no actual plans for the 35,000 square foot hotel, which sounds really cool, but like, let's get some plans here before we start approving it, before it's time, you know, for things to happen. Like, we're here, come talk to us. let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the auditorium who wishes to speak to this application?
For or against? Doesn't appear so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Scott, would you like to take advantage of 2 minutes to respond to the public comment?
Sure. I don't know if I can speak to this development providing a robust community benefit plan per se, other than to say that I think everybody benefits largely from the redevelopment of the Millworks property. There is community benefit widespread by rehabilitating historic structures and for allowing community into the site by drawing in people into the site to experience the history of the site, by generating economic benefits for businesses and the community, and in general helping to redevelop this corridor in general. As far as traffic's concerned, traffic studies have been provided in the past. I believe that our traffic numbers have progressively been going down as we've been eliminating large portions of residential in lieu of other commercial property and business. I understand the concern that the neighbors have expressed there. These being public streets, they're not ones that we can control. We are at the governance there of ACC when it comes to those streets, and we have provided traffic studies to show what our impacts will be, and we are obligated to do what traffic and public engineering requests from us as part of this development. And in regards of not having plans for the hotel, the plans for the hotel are to use the C2 portion of the building, which has limiting square footage. Because we're not bringing forth detailed plans on what that build out will look like does not mean that there are not plans and containments for what we are proposing. It will be contained within the existing structure, limited to the square footage of that specific end of the building. We are saying it's open-ended because we are unsure of how much of the ground floor will be utilized. We know we'll be using the second and third floors primarily. So I just wanted to make it clear that it's not that we're asking for an open-ended request here. There are definitely limits on what we're asking for in the hotel use. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll bring it behind the rail for the Planning Commission. Kristen.
All right, so I have a couple questions for the applicant. I guess maybe more clarifications of some things. So the theater is in the back of Building D, and that's all an inside space. There's no exterior portions of the theater. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. There is a end portion of this Building D that is currently does not have a roof on it. That roof was dilapidated and fell in. That space will be reconstructed to house a sound studio and to be engineered in such a way that it would prevent sound from coming into that space. So logically, it would not allow sound to leave that space as well. This would not be an outdoor type theater use, and the theater use would only be allowed in that area specifically.
I see. Yeah. So while it doesn't have a roof now, it will. And then as far as the hotel space goes, so I'm a little confused what the C2 is with this Building C. Is that, are you talking about like the upper 2 floors of the Building C as a hotel space? Is that what that means?
So the difference between C1 and C2, the building runs east and west.
Okay.
If you look at it on the plan, you can see the eastern, or the half that's nearest Creature Comforts protrudes a little forward. That is C1, and the longer rectangle shape is C2. They're actually 2 buildings that are partitioned.
Oh, I see. So Creature Comforts has the the wider portion. And
Correct.
so the other portion is looking for the hotel. So if the hotel area were completely built out, what is the maximum square footage in that portion of the building that the hotel could even take up?
Those floor plates are just a slight bit under 10,000 square feet.
Okay.
And so even if they took all 3 floors and a bit of the roof, that would be the 35,000. We don't think that it's going to be that much square footage because we have some other options on the ground floor potentially for maybe
Okay.
restaurant space or other commercial, but there would still be lobby undetermined. So we know that primarily all of 2 and 3 floors would be occupied by rooms, but there could be some other ancillary hotel type operations that would occur on the ground floor or potentially the rooftop.
Okay, that's fine. I was just curious what that building space was like. So thank you.
Alice?
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, just because I haven't heard from anybody else yet, but this is not to end conversation, but just to give us an opportunity to continue it in the context of a motion. So I would like to make a motion to accept the staff proposal to approve the request.
Okay, do we have a second? Joey. Okay. So we have a motion to approve this request. Is there any discussion? Okay, Rick, I'll have you do a roll call vote for this one.
Inman,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Pass,
Yes.
Sanders,
Yes.
Tucker,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Goodrum,
Yes.
and Hall.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving right along. We'll go to item 3 under new business. 155 Mitchell Street.
Okay, hopefully this will go a little smoother. If you can hear and see me, this is 155 Mitchell Street. It's an amendment to a current plan development in the CD downtown river, downtown design area. And this is the location map. And this may be familiar. You guys saw something, I think some of last year and earlier this year. It's the same location, same type of proposal, but this is location map here on Mitchell Street. Coney Street's another lot removed there, and then we're close to the Williams and Baldwin intersection. Property is undeveloped at this time. Used to have a few houses on the front. Those were taken down. And a variance was given by the hearings board to allow some encroachment into a 75-foot riparian buffer on the back side there. So this is to amend an unbuilt current plan development. Parcel is about 1.7 acres. The proposal is a 9-story structure. This time completely a multifamily development. We have dwelling units, parking, and amenity area for the multifamily use. We have 390 bedrooms being proposed, which will be split among 167 dwelling units, 210 parking spaces, and again, the variance that was approved by the hearings board would remain. And it's showing the riparian buffer on the back property line. Okay, so we have some waivers here as before. They're very similar to before, just this a little different in degree and sometimes justification. So in this case, we have a waiver from the ground floor, for residential units on the ground floor, and also that 50% of ground floor be leasable commercial space for a multifamily project. And that'd be a complete waiver. And then we have a waiver that limits residential density of 200 bedrooms per acre in the downtown zone. And that also limits 4 or more bedroom dwelling units to 25%. So those are being also exceeded. And then we have a waiver from 2 more sections requiring a parking space for 1 parking space for 1 and 2 bedroom units and 2 spaces for 3 or more bedroom units. So we're actually less parking than the minimum. So this is the future land use, again, the downtown designation, which would remain. We have the CD River plan development, which would remain as well for zoning. And then this is the previously approved master plan. This is currently the one on the books. And then we have the proposed master site plan. So see the difference there. And then we have the previously approved architecture, as well as the, and there's another view of that. And then we have the, I'm sorry, this is actually, I think this is proposed architecture. And then we have the residential layout of the building and the levels there. And these are just some pictures which on Mitchell Street. You can see the current undeveloped situation there of the property. And across the street, we have these townhomes on the other side of Mitchell Street. So staff is recommending a denial. This time there is no commercial use, and it's kind of unique among recent downtown multifamily developments. We've seen some requests. We've had a lot of developments actually not have any waivers or special uses, such as the Uncommon, the Mark, the Standard. And we've had some do some lower percentage of commercial, such as the William, the one you've seen recently at 558 West Broad and so forth. I can't think of one that just had multifamily by itself, but anyway, that's the proposal now. The we've also had a recent escalation of downtown student housing projects, so including the 2 I've mentioned last, as well as Episcopal Centers going up on Lumpkin as a dormitory. So no shortage of downtown student housing developments right now. So also some of the waivers aren't really based on the physical situation, but on a voluntary financial payment. This is something new. Instead of providing affordable housing units on the site, which was the last request, this request offers a financial payment in lieu of that. So the housing the payment would go to the Athens Housing Authority, and perhaps in conjunction with ACC, provide affordable housing elsewhere. And just something that may have been missed last time through, there is a single driveway here, and that actually requires an additional waiver request when you go above 250 trips a day. So they only have one driveway coming off of Mitchell Street. So if the Planning Commission does recommend approval, we do have a couple of conditions, some cleanup items here to add that additional waiver request. Make sure the ground floor units have a consistent number with a little different number in different documents, as well as the use chart that was actually in the site plans that had an office mentioned instead of a lobby, just to clean up the clarification there. And that concludes the staff report.
Thank you. We'll hear from our applicant next.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Rodney King. I'm Managing Director of Acquisitions for Core Spaces based out of Chicago. I'm here with Jeff Zalisco, who's our architect, and David Ellison, who's our attorney. Jeff is actually going to share his screen as we go through this presentation, so I'm not seeing it yet. I think Jeff got kicked out. There you go.
Are you seeing the screen now?
Not yet.
I have the slides you sent if you want me to show them.
Sure, if it's easier.
I think Jeff's got it.
Yep.
But while Jeff is doing that, I kind of give an overview of the presentation. We're going to really touch on kind of 4 main items tonight: the site constraints, the commercial waiver request, the demand element for this type of product, and the Athens Housing Authority payment. But to start with number 1, the site element. The topography of this site is really what's driving some of these waivers. The topography of this site renders about 35% of this site undevelopable. Also, combined with the rock conditions on the site, is one of the reasons why this site has been undeveloped for so long, in addition to the stream buffer. So the site challenges are significant hardships that we're trying to mitigate through this development. Secondly, the commercial request. I think there was consensus on this panel, on this commission, when we presented a few months ago, that this site was not conducive to commercial due to the limited foot traffic off the beaten path, even though it's zoned commercial downtown. It is not conducive to successful retail. There are other retail sites available in downtown Athens that are unoccupied, and to introduce more square footage that we know that's not going to be successful, in our opinion, is just not good planning efforts. Thirdly, the demand for this product. I heard Rick kind of say there's no shortage of student housing downtown. We fundamentally disagree with that. Demand for this project is extremely high. Occupancy rates in downtown Athens are 99 to 100%, which means the market is out of balance from an equilibrium standpoint. This excess demand is causing rental rates to rise throughout all apartment housing in Athens. To keep denying housing by this commission will only further exacerbate the rise in rental rates throughout all housing, not just student housing, because these students are bleeding over into traditional multifamily housing and actually taking rental housing out of stock for traditional families. And lastly, just as a good planning principle, this project is surrounded by the university on 2 sides. The residents of our project will likely walk and commute and bike to school. This is kind of the highest and best use of this site. And one additional point is, I think Rick touched on it as well, this project is contributing $1 million to the Athens Housing Authority. Through our previous research, we learned that there was no demand from this commission or the kind of overall community in Athens to provide on-site affordable housing. The desire was to take some funds from this project and leverage that into other true affordable housing projects throughout the community. Jeff is going to kind of walk us through the actual, site constraints and the actual architecture at this point.
Good evening, Plan Commission. You can all see the screen, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm going to walk through the design as Rodney had mentioned. And first of all, my name is Jeff Solisco. I'm a senior principal with Antunovich Associates. We're architects representing Core Spaces. My address is 21779 Green Forest Road in Deer Park, Illinois.
Jeff,
So
could I
we're
just
looking.
interrupt you for 1 second? The screen we're seeing right now is your Google Earth screen. Is that the one you want us to see?
No, actually.
Okay.
Let's see, stop sharing it. Try that
It's
again.
not
Sorry.
count against your time.
Are you now seeing the site?
Yes.
The site. Okay, great. Thank you. So looking across the site to the north and northwest gives a good view of where we sit in the context of the town and the university. Site showing us on Mitchell, just off of Williams Street. Surrounding us is primarily residential, multi-use residential. Primarily is what we see sitting in the neighboring properties. So this is an important slide here. This shows you the topography of this site. There's a tremendous amount of slope across it, severe topography. Also at the northwest corner of the site, there's difficult subgrade conditions. It's basically rock at this entire portion of the site. So you'll see what we did to solve that and deal with that condition. The balance of it, large parts of it are backfilled, very expensive. And this is something we had to go through a lot of iterations to solve. So you're seeing now our lowest level parking plan. We had to provide 3 levels of parking below grade because we could not use this part of the site. This is all basically rock. And to try to blow that all out and provide the building in that location parking just was not feasible from a construction cost standpoint. So you'll see that we had to push our parking away from that, a significant away from the street and from that portion of the site. We go up to our next parking level and you see the same thing. We're completely back away from that and dug down deep into the ground to get away from that rock formation and that portion of the site. So both of those levels away from the site like that, we get to the next level. So this is what we call our lower first level. You still see us away, really no building elements at this portion of the site. Now, important when you see this is this driveway we've provided here. In our building, it's really hemmed in between this rock formations and then the Clarke County stream buffer and state waters buffer. So this, where we can build on the site is really tied in quite a bit. Important points I wanted to mention is we have coordinated all fire access issues with the fire marshal. We've coordinated with the solid waste vendor, and we've also worked with Georgia Power to sort out where the transformer could be located. So all these things are sorted out in addition to dealing with the subsurface conditions that we have. Seeing the first floor plan now, in this plan, although we don't have retail, you see really everything along Mitchell Street is all kind of a commercial element. It's a fitness area, it's a lobby, a lot of activity that will take place there, also an outdoor terrace. So lots of activity. Now we do have, as Rick had mentioned, we have 9, not 10 residential units. So we do have some, but not facing towards the face of the street at all. I also wanted to mention here, adding up all our parking, we have 210 parking spaces, and you see how deep we had to go in the ground to provide all of those. Getting to our typical floor, really, this floor plate goes up through the floor, and the design of this is very much part of the articulation and the exterior design that we developed for the property. We didn't just put a flat face on it and dress it. We really articulated it and designed this building from the inside to provide these articulated areas that gave a really lovely scale to the way the building works. I did want to mention, just as we're talking on the sheet, in total we have 167 units. We have 390 bedrooms and 425 beds, just so you have that information in the back. So we move up the building to the 3rd and 4th floors, 5th floor, 6th floor. We do have a roof terrace partially on the roof above the 6th floor. This is a very important slide. This shows you this tremendous grade that we have to work across on Mitchell Street. So it has a huge impact on how we could develop this. Again, the retail became really challenging. We're also seeing how we're setting back from the edge because of the conditions we have and how deep we had to go. And we all know how expensive that is when you have to go below grade with multiple levels. So we really see that this slide is very important for that. I also wanted to point out at the higher side of the site, we're actually only 53 feet 6 inches above grade. At the lower end, we're 75 feet. The elevator overrun is 95 feet above the lowest level. However, that's not even visible from the street. So we're really 75 feet. So the scale of this building is relatively low. More of what you see, again, more sections. Again, we're always set back because of those conditions we have to deal with the rock along the north, in particular the northwest portion of the site. Another section, again, parking deep into the ground, set back from the face of the building. So it was really important for us to look at the historical context, and it's actually really cool. This slide we have on the right side is from 1909, and it shows our site in relationship to the old mill and other historic properties and buildings that were surrounding us. So we thought that this is really interesting. It really gives a lot of context to this site. We really looked for inspiration to old buildings that were part of this neighborhood and part of the town of Athens. In particular, of course, the old mill because it's close and has actually just such a wonderful character to it. But there was other wonderful historic buildings on this in this town. Also, we found really wonderful examples of historic homes, clapboard, brick elements, porches, and these were things that we really saw as inspiration for our project.
One minute, Jeff.
Okay, thank you very much. Showing some of our neighboring properties, the townhomes across the street actually read as 4 levels. And then our design, again, we're taking advantage of these historic properties, masonry, clapboard elements, really lovely scaling of these. And you can see how this slides down the seat, the porches, again, pulling elements from these historic buildings. So thank you very much for that, for giving me that heads up about the 10 minutes. And I'm done with this. We'd love to take any questions or hear any comments at this time. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to public comment. Do we have anyone in the auditorium who wishes to speak in the favor of this application?
Good evening, David Ellison, 2500 Daniels Ridge Road. Here today to speak in favor of this application. As noted by Rodney, this whole application begins with the topography and conditioning of this particular parcel. This parcel, even though it's located in between downtown and the University of Georgia, has remained vacant for a reason. Due to the topography, the slope, and the rock, and the fact there's a landfill that has to be removed. It's going to take considerable resources just to put anything on this site. And so staff, I appreciate staff's report on this matter, but it overlooks this idea that this is voluntary. The other aspect that we do not believe is voluntary is that there's not a market for this commercial use that is under the code. If, as the commission is well aware, the other mixed-use developments downtown had vacant commercial spaces on the ground floor. And just reviewing the staff report, there are comments from the comprehensive plan noting that the strategy is to encourage the development of a downtown as a vibrant, diverse center. And we submit that having rows of vacant commercial space on the ground floor is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. The other portion of the comprehensive plan that's been submitted is a desire to promote infill housing, to be promoted and concentrated in areas near current commercial nodes. And that's exactly what we're proposing here. Hopefully, if this is proposed, then you increase the density, increase the number of foot traffic, increase the commercial activity on other parcels that quite frankly need it. There have been some concerns about parking, but I'll note too that the future land use map specifically says that parking is handled on a district level. So we are consistent with the long range plan. We're consistent with the proposed use. And quite frankly, we're solving a problem. This property has been vacant for way too long. It was originally came up with an idea that has not been successful from a commercial standpoint, and it's been vacant for a reason. We believe that if you approve this use and grant these requested waivers, we are going to be consistent with the long range plan and help this community and help downtown. I understand that there were some comments and some concerns about this proposal, but we ask that you please approve it. We would also ask that you please refrain from tabling it. We've been working with this project for quite some time. Our affordable housing component is a result of some of those efforts. And we would just ask that you please approve it, but if anything, please do not table it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the auditorium?
Yes, there is. Yeah. Well,
okay.
I think I can speak on. Well, I just want this. Do you mind if I just? Sure. Hi there. Scott Nesbitt again. I mean, I'm still here because of Historic Athens, but I'm not speaking on their behalf for this. Yeah, I appreciate the idea of actually developing undeveloped parcels downtown. And my request is that as I know Athens thinks about towns like Greenville and other places like that, right? It would be great. Everybody would love for us to have a riverfront, a robust riverfront that it's commercial and really active. And I urge that you can continue to think about whether this proposal will help us get there. Thanks.
Thank you. And is there anyone else in the auditorium?
There is none.
Okay. So I can't remember if we have Jeff's screen shared with us or if it's the staff.
Yes.
I think, can you unshare it with the idea that we might ask you to share it again? That way I can sort of see the grid of people while we're having
Okay.
the discussion. However, I just remembered that you do have the right to speak. Either of you on the application side have 2 minutes to respond to public comment if you'd like.
I think we'll defer and just
Okay.
you guys.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we'll bring it back for commission discussion. Would anyone like to start us out? Jim?
I'm concerned about this project in part because it asks for a huge density bonus, and it's partly based on giving some funds for an off-site affordable housing. But I'd like to make a comparison. If we're giving $1 million for affordable housing, let's pretend for the sake of argument that that comes to $100,000 a unit. That would mean basically creating 10 affordable housing units. Look at this project. It has an average of about 2.33 bedrooms per apartment unit. And so if we assume that that's similar to what we would have gotten for the other, that amounts to 20 some additional units that are being put on the site in exchange for giving half that many in the form of affordable housing. It doesn't strike me that that's a particularly equitable trade-off. It sounds like they're getting a much larger bonus for doing it than the good that they're creating for the county in the process.
Matt?
Yeah, as everyone knows, I think Alice and I have been working on the mayor's inclusionary zoning working group. And we have an inclusionary zoning ordinance in progress. And so I want to just expand on what Jim just said. My calculation based on this project is that they're looking for about a 15% increase in the density that they would be allowed. They're looking to go from 200 to 230 bedrooms per acre, which is, within the certainly within the range that the ordinance contemplates. The ordinance is still a work in progress. It hasn't been, finalized or adopted yet, although I think we're getting pretty close. But the working group's preference is, first of all, for on-site units as opposed to payments in lieu, just because we want them generally to be integrated. We also understand that student housing and affordable housing may not integrate that well, in that students have a lifestyle and a bedtime that may not be totally compatible with the clientele most likely to live in affordable units. And so in the draft ordinance as it stands right now, it may incorporate a payment in lieu option, a limited payment in lieu option, particularly for projects like this that are more student focused, but with a payment in lieu that's set by reference to the dollar figure required to produce the affordable units that would have been built on site if they'd been built on site, right? And I share Jim's reaction that the proposed payment in lieu here is not in the ballpark of what the draft ordinance would suggest. If 10 or 15% of the units were expected to be affordable at an 80% AMI level or 60% AMI level, they're looking for 390 bedrooms in this project. So something like 39 to 58 bedrooms of affordable housing, right? Which equates, if they're mostly 2-bedroom units, that equates to about 20 to 30 2-bedroom units. And you're not going to build or subsidize 20 or 30 2-bedroom units for $1 million. So I will say that the proposal from the applicant, although the inclusionary zoning ordinance is in a draft state and has not been adopted, the proposal does not track with the numbers that are in the ordinance as it stands right now. That's just an observation that I wanted to share. My inclination, given that the ordinance is still working its way through the process, and I understand the applicant has been working on this project for a long time, but my inclination, I feel I'm not sure I'm comfortable supporting this project at this time as it is. And I will say also, just personally, that I have no problem with most of the waivers that are requested. The reduction in parking makes sense to me because not all UGA students have cars on campus, particularly in a building that's as walkable to campus as this is, and as walkable to the student bus center on Jackson Street as this is. It strikes me that a parking waiver may well be appropriate. And I understand the applicant's construction cost reason for needing to reduce their parking. I might be okay with an increase in density of the scale that the applicant proposes here, and with the 4-bedroom waiver. That didn't trouble me. As far as the commercial goes, I have mixed feelings about the total elimination of commercial, although and I share what Mr. Nesbitt just said about Mitchell being kind of a connector to the river, and that it could theoretically be developed in a way that would enhance the access to the riverfront. At the same time, as Athens is now, and as that area is now, it's an odd location for commercial, without a lot of foot traffic, and without, for the same reasons we just talked about parking, you can't really provide a lot of extra parking spaces for the commercial uses. So people need to be able to walk there, and there aren't that many people that can walk to this site right now from their homes to patronize businesses there. So I could be persuaded. I think, I'm open-minded about the commercial waiver. So those are just my thoughts.
Great. Anyone else? Kristen.
Yeah, so I guess among my myriad concerns with this project, I'm usually one of the ones that's like, that's cool with reducing the parking, and I hear what you're saying, Matt. My one pause though is that, okay, in this like world of student housing now, so we're not talking about units, we're talking about beds. So we have 425 beds, which means we have 425 individuals who would be renting a unit, and we have 210 parking spaces. So, I mean, I love the idea that like students are living downtown and working, walking to school and walking downtown. I just don't know how real that is. I mean, I love to think positively about that, but I don't know. Ironically, if this were a building that were meant for not just students, but for, people with, say, people who lived with families that had kids that didn't drive in multi-bedroom units, we wouldn't have that need for parking like we would with like 425 students. I was also curious, where in the applicant's research, this like, explain to me this like sorry, I have to like take my glasses off. This 2 + 2 2 unit. So explain the concept of that and how that gets rented compared to like a regular 2-2.
We rent all of our units by the bedroom. So to your point earlier, everybody's eligible to live in this project, not just students. We do think it will, lend itself to more students because of the by the bedroom leasing, but a family is eligible to live in this project.
2 to 2-2, please.
The 2-2 is 2 bedrooms and 2 beds in 1 unit. So we introduced that unit type to get some affordability and some diversity into our unit mix. So that's one of our most affordable beds in this building.
So how is it affordable? Can you explain that?
Because you're sharing a space with another bedroom, and you're sharing the common areas. So you don't have a private bedroom in that particular unit.
So what would be the rent per bed in this apartment building?
I don't have that information offhand.
So would that mean that the person who has a bedroom that shares a bedroom with someone else would then, that unit would rent for half of what a regular unit would cost?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. That's all I have.
Alice.
I'll just weigh in very briefly. I appreciate the questions that both and comments that both Matt and Kristen made. I definitely, as I go through the list of waivers, the one that I really pause on is the maximum residential density per acre. And it probably is, this is shaped by the fact that I've been working on this inclusionary zoning ordinance for the last few months. This ratio between density increase and payment in lieu is off. So I just, even though this is where we want student housing, and I totally trust the developer when he says or the applicant, sorry, when he tells us that there's more demand for this kind of housing downtown, I'm completely willing to take that, as professional knowledge. But I just cannot keep giving away density anywhere in our county without us, really having some thought, some framework for thinking about how this affects the balance of affordable housing.
Katie, sorry. Go ahead.
I wanted to just add my my second or third to Alice and Matt. It just doesn't seem like the right the payment in lieu doesn't offset the density bonus by any calculation, and that I think that definitely is on the county to be able to calculate, to provide developers with a clear number and clear expectations, but we're just not there yet. Parking, I'm always going to say we don't need parking this close, especially for student housing. It should absolutely not be required. And again, just the cost of those parking spaces, you could easily add more units. I mean, the applicant could correct me, but I believe structured parking is at least $25,000 per space. You could build a lot more units if you didn't require parking. So just as a general point to make, the commercial first floor, this is less a comment for the applicant, but I would like us to be a bit more, I would love to see some flexibility with that. In particular, flexible space, like space that could be easily converted to commercial once the market is there, stuff like that. I don't know where this we could get creativity from the county or architects. And what was the other thing? That might be all I have. Yeah, ground floor flexibility, and just to call everyone's attention to the design precedents. Materials are great, but all of those pictures were of 2 to 3 story buildings. I mean, there's also form and bulk, and that really is a really important that really contributes to character. And that's all my comments for the moment.
Joey.
I just have a few comments. I think, we've seen this project come through several times now, and I believe each time, I think I've spoken for it because I think of all the developments, of all the buildings, apartment buildings we have downtown, this is the best suited area for any of them. Whether the other ones should have been approved or not, they're here, they're there. But this is the best suited area. I do like, what Katie just suggested as far as the ground floor flexibility. I don't think it should be a requirement to have the commercial space in there right now, but have the flexibility for it in the future that it could be there if the market produces that. But I think in the location of that building, you're not going to get foot traffic except for the people going there to particular units in which they live. So, and as far as the parking, I'd love a world where there would be less cars and more walking, but that's just not reality. Students are going to bring their cars, so that's going to be tough with that. But I'm fine with the reduction in parking the way it stands. But I like this building. I like the location. I think it fits for the University of Georgia. We live in a college town. I dare to say most everybody on this call, but maybe a few of you are here because of the University of Georgia and the students, and your job directly relates to that. And I think this sits where it sits is the best use of that property for what it could be for. So I speak in favor of this.
I might make a couple comments. I think this is a really difficult one for me. I've said this before about this development that that this is the place where the student housing that we see popping up in downtown that we've all sort of resented in some ways. It's changed our downtown a lot. This was actually the place that would have made more sense. This is, for all intents and purposes, a off-campus dorm. I mean, even when Mr. King was describing the 2-2 thing, that just sounds like a kind of the dorm room we all lived in when we went to college. And I don't really have a problem with that necessarily. I don't know if we're ever going to get the answers that we want about how this type of student housing affects housing affordability. I think that in the academy, people are starting to study that, but it seems like so far that's we were getting kind of conflicting information. There's data that this is increasing rents overall in communities. Although, Mr. King did make a point about that when there is student housing for students, that they're essentially encroaching into neighborhoods less, but then you also have this element that we're raising rents, this high rent stuff, and that overall can impact rents in a community for everybody, because what also happens is that other sort of less more traditional rental housing that serves students bumps its rents up to sort of compete with the sort of luxury student housing development. So I have all sorts of thoughts about this. I do think this is a good place for student housing development. I have said this before, I think too, which is that I sort of, whenever you guys say product, I cringe a little, like, because thinking about housing as product, except for it's honest, right? Like, we've had a lot of applicants who've come to us and tried to pretend that they're not putting in student housing. And we're all wise to it. We know what they're doing. And sometimes it like insults me that they're trying to pull one bias. And I've always felt that this application, or the versions of this application we've seen, has been a little bit more just honest. This is what we're doing. This is a really weird site. We all saw this when the current PD that's there, we saw how difficult this site is from the standpoint of the rock and the topography and everything. So I think for me that the thing that's making me pause about this is, again, sort of conducting a payment in lieu type of scenario for affordable housing when we still don't quite have that program in place. I'm a little bit worried about the appearance of, maybe this is something the mayor, no matter what we do tonight, the mayor and commission look at this and they can think about this. But I'm worried about what it looks like that somebody can throw money into the bucket to sweeten the pot. I know, I see what the intent is. I don't question the intent, but if I were a private citizen looking at that happening, I'd be, I don't know, it would make me uncomfortable. Sorry, I'm having to replug my computer in here, but anyway, that's the thing that makes me pause a little bit, is not so much that there is this possibility of this payment in lieu. It's just that doing it outside of an inclusionary zoning program makes me worried a little bit from the standpoint of what that looks like. But from a land use perspective, I am actually totally comfortable with this development happening in this spot in a way that is serving students. So I'll leave it at that. Joey.
I have a question. Any affordable housing ordinance or anything that gets passed through the mayor and commission, and I guess I'm asking staff, that's not going to be, it's not a requirement for these developments. It's just going to be an option or something they might want to use. So this $1 million in lieu, is a bonus, not necessarily if it's not a requirement. It's an offer for maybe an area in Athens closer to transit or other rehabbing places that could be refurbished or something for affordable housing that could be used toward that, I guess.
Yes, the intent of the, as it's currently being discussed, of the inclusionary would be an administrative process. It's really not intended to be tied into rezoning request. It should be, the zoning request should stand on its own based on land use principles, zoning principles, those types of things. Once that zoning is in place, if you choose to provide a percentage, whatever that may be, established of affordable housing, you get a percentage density bonus. And, generally where you see those in other communities is you may administratively get up to a 50% density bonus by right if you provide 10 to 15% of your overall unit density as affordable within certain AMI parameters. And that's what's being worked towards with the draft ordinance. But it really, from a staff standpoint, we keep trying to strongly encourage, let this be a process that is done by right and not linked into whether or not, I would much rather this project, as an example, be considered on its own merits. There was never a proposal to offer a check to the housing authority. Is it a good project as it stands alone or not, based on zoning principles, not how big's the check going to be to provide affordability. And that's kind of where we've ended up getting with some of these rezones.
Alice.
Thank you, Brad. And I mean, that was a great question, and I appreciate the answer. I guess that helps to clarify my thinking. It really does come back to our willingness, or my willingness, I'm one vote, to exchange 15% density bonus for this proposed number. And I'm just very reluctant to, even for a project, and I agree, this is a good location for this kind of project. So even for a project that is probably well suited for its location, we're still, giving away extra density or accepting a price for extra density that we don't know is an appropriate one. So I just have a really hard time doing that in this particular location.
Would anybody like to make a motion? Or are we not quite there yet?
This is Matt Hall by phone. I just wanted to let everyone know that I'm back. My internet seems to have gone out at the house, so I had to dial in. But I came in right toward the tail end of Brad's comments, so I know I missed some stuff, but I'm here now.
Great. Alice?
Well, once again, I guess I will be the one to make the motion. So I will make a motion that we accept the staff recommendation to deny this project.
And Kristen, second? Okay, Rick, I will have you do a voice vote for this one, or a roll call vote, I mean.
Hinman,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Pass,
Yes.
Sanders,
Yes.
Tucker,
No.
Anderson,
Yes.
Goodrum,
Yes.
and Hall.
Yes.
Okay, so it passes 7-1.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. And of course, you'll see the mayor and commission next. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. In progress. If anyone needs to get up and do jumping jacks, here's your moment. Okay, item 4 under new business, street name change. I don't know how that's going to play out. Brad, is that a staff report? Oh, you're muted, Brad.
Rick, do you have a little presentation on that, or you want me to just talk through it?
Yeah, I'm trying to bring it up. Let's see. Well, I'm not picking it up. Trying to share here.
While he's doing that, I can go ahead and jump in and kind of kick it off. This is a street name change request that you all have seen previously under a different name. It was originally requested to change from Carriage Court to Ariel Calloway Avenue. The family, after further discussion, met with 2 of our commissioners and indicated to them that they would prefer the name to be considered to be Thumpa Avenue, which was the name that was used by Ariel Calloway most and what most people knew her by. And so that was the request that came to us from 2 of our elected officials. And so we have processed it accordingly. The Ariel Calloway never actually went into effect. It was stopped at the commission level and sent back to make sure that it was in accordance with the wishes of the family. So that's what we have in front of us tonight. We have resent notices to all affected parties and go through the same process that we went through the first time.
So do we have an applicant here to speak to that?
I do not know. It does not look like it, no.
Okay, so then we can just come back and discuss. Okay. And we could even start our discussion with a motion if anyone wants to do that. Kristen.
Yeah, so I'm happy to honor Ms. Calloway, however the family feels is appropriate. And I would like to make a motion to approve the street name change.
Great. We have a second? Monique? Great. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Oh, go ahead, Joey. Sorry.
Just say I have a question. So we're renaming, just for clarification, not her legal name, but a nickname, Thumpa. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted clarification.
Okay. Sorry, I was just looking at that for a second. So we are ready to vote, correct? Is anyone else? Okay. So all in favor, please raise your hand, say aye. And anyone opposed? Okay. Great.
This is Matt, and I said aye, but I realized I was muted.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. All right, moving on to the text amendment, the single family subdivision development standards. Is there a staff report on that one?
I'll talk through that one quickly. This is the work this is a part of the massive amount of work that you all did as a planning commission in 2020 at the request of the mayor to look at alternatives, options, ideas to create or to reduce construction costs and make construction more affordable. This was the mass grading component that was sent to them. I believe we sent that up through your formal recommendation last October of 2020. It has recently been sent back. When you sent it to them, you sent it to them as ideas and said, prioritize, please. Tell us what's at the top, and then send it back to us to prepare through the formal amendment process. And that is what has happened. What you have in front of you is the proposed amendment language based on your recommendations from a year ago to modify significantly the way that you can grade for development purposes a subdivision within an RS zoning district. Right now, you can only grade the roads in 15 feet on either side. That has to be completed, built, accepted before you can grade anything else on the property. And that has proven through the years to be a very difficult proposal, especially when you're dealing with higher density subdivision design. So what you all sent to them was basically to eliminate that language and to allow for mass grading of sites up to 25 acres at a time. And as you recall, that was based on your work with both private sector members of the community as well as our public works engineers and stormwater experts downstairs, which all, interestingly enough, kind of agreed in the same place in terms of trying to get to something that would allow this. So we have not modified the language much at all. We did add an additional option for the point that you can move from a phase to a phase if you've got a site larger than 25 acres. The initial language dealt with percentage of COs in the first phase. To move to the second, you can still do that, but you can also complete all infrastructure in phase one, final plat all lots in phase one, for example, and then bond for the duration of the development, all stormwater associated requirements that were still to come, as well as top coat, sidewalks, and street trees. And then as you're pulling building permits to build, for example, in phase one, you could begin land development activities in phase two at the same time. You sent up language that dealt with a desire to include some kind of perimeter protection for adjacent property owners as part of this mass grading, but there was not a number established. The number we're recommending is that it be a 20-foot wide. It's basically, you would call it a temporary buffer that would be not along the street frontage of existing roads, but along the sides and rear that were adjacent to other private property. And those buffers would remain undisturbed until that initial phase of development, land clearing, grading, revegetation was completed. And then at that point, the idea being, in most cases, those are going to ultimately be the backyards of lots. So at the time that there is no buffer required long-term between single family and other uses, so that could then be completed from a grading standpoint at the time the homes and the lots were being developed. The Public Works Department did include a little bit of additional language dealing with, let's see, it was the way we develop the density for these types of subdivisions. It's actually based on an adjusted tract acreage that's been in place since the initial adoption of our code 20 years ago. That language has always included an exception for easements for drainage access and underground utilities, where those things could get into these 25% slope areas, but overall development could not. The Stormwater Division downstairs has asked that that exception be removed as well. And then the last item is there is a grading plan required that goes along with the development of the individual lots for these major subdivisions at the time of permit to ensure that the overall grading remains the same. That will be evaluated by our Public Works Department. And then the forest regeneration standards that were put in there is an option for you to do in cases if you're developing a piece of property that does not meet minimum conserved canopy standards. You can establish what is called forest regeneration. I mean, this may occur on a piece of property, for example, that may have been farmed or had been clear cut years ago and there was no existing canopy on it or very little. you could establish forest regeneration, which basically says that there's some plantings that occur at the very beginning, a very small material, and then it's allowed to grow back and reestablish over a period of time as an undisturbed reestablishment. We have had encounters through years of developments that have wanted to include these areas within the limits of lots within the subdivision and not in common areas. We're not saying that you can't do that, but we've just added some language that basically says that they should be in the common areas if possible to try to further push that. What happens if you put them across the back of several lots, and I think this happened out off Jefferson Road behind the fire station where the back kind of entrance that goes into Putters was. There was a big long strip in the backyard of about 10 houses that they showed as a forest regeneration area to when they final platted the lots. You then sell the lots, you build the houses, you and I move into them. That's our backyard. We have no idea that that's to remain undisturbed. There's a bunch of little scrubby trees back there and we mow them. And then we're in violation based on something that we had very little knowledge of that was supposed to be allowed to grow over time. So we're trying to keep them out of there. And that's the reason we've included this language. Still doesn't say you shall not, but it gives us a little more leverage to try to strongly encourage them to look for other options. Other than that, it's pretty much identical to what you sent to them in November from a zoning standpoint. There was more technical things that were included in your recommendations from a year ago. Those are still with our Public Works Department and will be coming forward later as part of their technical standard updates for the things that they evaluate, monitor, and inspect during their stormwater and soil erosion inspections and evaluations.
Go ahead, Jim.
You're muted, Jim.
I have a question regarding the requirement, the landscaping requirements, item A5, that you must have a buffer at least 20 feet in depth. Let's say that you decide to buy a lot that's on the end of a plat, and let's say it's an RS5, so a 50-foot wide lot, and you want to build a house that's, say, 30 feet wide. You can't build the house because you have to have a 20-foot buffer, and that doesn't give you enough room to fit the house on the lot. How do we deal with that?
And I think we tried to address it, Jim, in the last sentence that where it says the buffer, it's intended to be a temporary buffer only during the time that they're mass grading and you've got exposed earth and there's dust and dirt, and you can't create the lots in there until the grading's been done, the road's been put in, accepted, and everything, you know, revegetated and established at least with grass before you can start building. At that point, when you start going in and developing the individual lots and building houses on it, the buffer can be removed at that point. It was just during that initial heavy construction that it was intended to be left around the edge.
You know, what if you're a single individual that bought a lot? It seems to me that you're kind of left out in the cold there. If you're the developer and the mass grader, no problem. But if you're an individual that bought a lot, you're kind of screwed.
Well, if you're an individual that bought a lot, because this is going into section 925, which is the site design standards, this doesn't apply. This only applies for what we consider major subdivision development. An individual on an individual lot is not subject to all these standards that live in 925. So they would be exempt.
Oh, wait a minute, Brad. This is Matt. The 925 applies to any subdivision with a density greater than 2.5 units per acre, right? Regardless of whether it's above 2 acres or not. Right. So if I have let's say I'm in an RS5 zone and I have a 10,000 square foot lot and I want to split it in half and make it two 5,000 square foot lots, then I sell that 5,000 square foot lot, and then that one has the problem Jim just described because we're doing density above 2.5 units per acre, and so it does trigger 925. It's not only applicable to 2 acres or more.
But if you're not creating, it doesn't trigger the requirement for a preliminary plat if you're doing just those two or three lots. And then within the subregs, the the preliminary plat kicks in if you're either building a public street or if you're creating more than 5 lots at the time.
And if I
Okay,
could
so,
just-
sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, Matt, I didn't realize. I'm just looking at this and the preliminary plat comes under 926. And then when we get over to site design and use standards, that goes under 925.
That's right.
To clarify the difference.
Yes. But if I've got a piece of property that I'm subdividing into 4 lots, unless I'm building a street with it, I don't have to do a preliminary plat. Therefore, I'm not subject to those standards in 925 that would kick in that buffer requirement.
Okay, so if I'm subdividing into 6 lots, if I have a 30,000 square foot lot that's RS5 zoning, and I'm subdividing it into 6 lots, then I do need to do a major, it's treated as a major subdivision because it's more than 2.5 units per
Yes.
acre. Is that right?
That's right. And you
Okay.
would
I
go
mean,
through
maybe
that.
I hear what you're saying, Brad, about the solution about the last sentence where it says, except for those areas with planned street water, sanitary, or stormwater improvements. Would it solve Jim's concern to just cross out those specifics and just say, except for those areas with planned improvements, so that if somebody wants to build a house 6 foot, you know, whatever the legal zoning setback is, if it's 60 feet from the side fence and that's where you plan to build your house, then that area is exempt. If you're building a house in accordance with the required setback, then your buffer isn't 20 feet because you're building 6 feet off of the side fence.
Well,
Would that achieve the purpose?
Yeah, the buffer is only intended to be there during that initial heavy construction. The last sentence says the buffer may be removed after recording of the final plat. You can't get a building permit until you've recorded the final plat to create the for the lots. So it's basically saying that as soon as you create those lots, you could go in and completely remove that buffer. The reason for the sentence before that was that if for some reason you had a subdivision design that had a street that was running down the edge, or that's where your water or sewer utility easements needed to go, that you would be exempt. You wouldn't have to, you got to be working in there during that heavy construction for the public utilities. You exempt out of that buffer in order to put those in. But for all other purposes, the buffer stays while the heavy grading equipment's there. Once the lots are created and the builders can start building houses, the buffer can go away.
Okay, thank you. I'm satisfied. I did not understand that last sentence, the thing about the final plat, that you don't get your building permits until after that. So that is a fully satisfactory answer to my concern.
The one other thing that I probably should have mentioned to you, we did reach out to the Home Builders Association, and I went out on Monday afternoon and met with about a dozen of them at their place for a couple hours and had a really good conversation. We did offer to them that if they wanted to have one of their representatives come on with us as part of the WebEx and represent the Homeowners Association, that we would welcome that. Did not hear back from them. That doesn't mean they're still not actively working. Their only big concern that of note in here, I would say the biggest concern, was the 25 acres. But I think they also, in fairness, recognize that that's a lot better than what they've got right now. And the fact that they're not here, I'd take it as a good thing.
Yeah, I actually have an outside communication that I was going to disclose on that same point. My neighbor across the street is Spencer Fry. Y'all know who he is. And yeah, I know he was. And I just ran into him yesterday, and he said, we had a conversation about these changes, these proposed ordinance changes, and he said that he's the incoming vice president of the Athens Area Association of Home Builders, which I didn't know that he even was. I guess he's a home builder. He builds as many as anyone Habitat does. But he said that he had met with you, Brad, and that you had encouraged him or someone to come. And he said he may be able to do it, but he had some legislative conference calls that might impede his ability to get here for this meeting. But I'll just share what he told me, which is, first of all, they're very excited and grateful for the 25-acre change, and he didn't even complain that it's not 50 acres, Brad. He just said they're real happy that we heard what they had to say on that, and he wanted to say thank you for that. And he also called my attention to the thing I asked you about in the preliminary meeting, Brad, the section 9-7, and he said the home builders hate that thing that you said the stormwater folks wanted, where we take out the exception for easements for drainage access and underground utilities, because he said, if you want to bury underground utilities, this ordinance would mean you got to put up phone poles and put everything above ground anyway, which is not aesthetically pleasing and is not safe for thunderstorms and hurricanes and whatnot, increased likelihood of power outages. And he said that they would prefer that we reject that proposal from the stormwater folks, which is why I asked you, Brad. I figured there had to be a rationale for it. I wondered if you could say a little more about your understanding of what the stormwater folks are after, because I think from Athens-Clarke County's perspective, I mean, as a citizen and resident, more underground utilities is better for everyone. I don't know why we'd want to essentially outlaw them in slopey areas.
Sure, and the language that you see in here, including what is now struck through as an exception, has, as I mentioned earlier, that's been in the ordinance since its original adoption in 2000. So it's been there a long time. The way that works is you get into evaluation at the point of your preliminary plat approval of those areas on your site that are greater than 5,000 contiguous feet of area that have a continuous slope of 25% or greater. And honestly, in the ones that we've looked at it through the years, you don't get a lot of that. Now, what it goes on to say is you cannot develop within those areas if they're greater than 5,000 square feet contiguous, and you also can't count them towards your overall adjusted tract acreage. That comes off the top, just like environmental areas do and other things. And that's been that way for a long, long time. But there always was that exception. And those generally became the common areas and the open spaces that were preserved with the thinking of trying to discourage grading within those steeper slopey areas and get them on more developable, flatter properties. But you've always had the ability to, as an exception, to go through those steep areas, for example, with a stormwater pipe to get to perhaps a stormwater pond that was at a lower level below the steep slope. And I think it's the thinking of the stormwater division downstairs is that they would really just like people to stay out of those steeper slopes altogether and find alternative means by which you could get into the developable areas. Now, if you as a planning commission wanted to eliminate that strike through, by all means, you certainly could. I don't think it was part of your original language that you set up a year ago. And it's certainly why it's being presented to you for recommendation first. But I think that was the rationale of the Public Works Department.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I guess the concern I have is if you've got, let's say a 3-acre parcel or something with, where the likeliest location for stormwater, the only way to get the stormwater there is by running an underwater pipe, like you just said, for drainage access. That may make the whole 3-acre parcel undevelopable because they don't have anywhere to put their stormwater if they can't access it through this slopey area. So, I understand the stormwater people are thinking like stormwater people. They've got one concern, and that is, not disturbing areas that, that are in any way vulnerable. And I guess, to my view, we got to take a bigger view here and think about that Athens-Clarke County needs more buildable lots, not fewer. And that if a developer's, way to get to drainage access or underground utilities requires a temporary disturbance to bury a pipe, they ought to be able to do that. For that matter, remain undisturbed suggests to me that you couldn't even hire the trenchless piping company that comes in and charges you a fortune to, dig a pipe in sideways under the ground without ever disturbing the surface. It sounds to me like maybe that wouldn't even be allowed, which, I wouldn't want to impose that cost anyway, but so I'm troubled by that. And my inclination would be to reject that suggested change because I think it undermines our affordable housing goals and for no clear benefit.
Okay. Madam Chair, before we move on, I think I rambled on as part of my presentation and then we got into talking and never called for public comment. I know there is very limited, there still appears to be somebody in the auditorium, but there may actually be somebody on the call who's waiting on the next item that may want to talk about this one too. I think he was part of your original group that you met with a year ago. So we never give people a chance to talk publicly about it.
Sure. I don't know which staff member is in the auditorium. Is it Forrest?
No, it's not I think Robert is still in there, but
and then maybe you're also thinking if there's somebody on the call.
I mean, well, not to single somebody out if they want to talk, but Buck Bacon.
You don't want to single anybody out, Buck.
I've never offered to let Buck talk more than he has to, but he may have something to say on this one. So
no, I mean, I will echo what the Home Building Association has said. Really appreciate the staff engaging the development community, and I really appreciate the work sessions that we had with this group to come to this point. So this is good stuff. Great stuff. Thank you.
Thanks. Jim?
Yeah, I wanted to just mention one oddity that might reinforce what Matt said. I live on a piece of property, 6.7 acres, that has some rather steep slopes, and they're not 25%, but they're definitely over 15% in places. And we had the very good fortune that Walt Cook, who laid out Cook's Trail at Sandy Creek Park, laid out our driveway because he had experience making logging roads. And as a result, we have a switchback on our land in which the road crosses parallel to the gradient, perpendicular to the gradient, to try to minimize the slope. That is one way that you can mitigate some of those concerns. And so with Matt's concern expressed, I wonder if he doesn't have a point that might be valid. In other words, you can attack a steep slope at an angle rather than straight down and cause much less damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's ultimately up to you all if you feel it's appropriate for that language to stay in or be taken out.
Matt, I feel like about up until 3 minutes ago, I was totally following this conversation. And then I don't know if I'm a little tired or can you summarize what you've been saying for maybe a little bit of a
Sure.
tired brain?
Yeah, of course. So in section 9-7-4, sub A, part 5, this amendment that we have, if we ignore the strike through, that's the current ordinance. It says that areas with slopes equal to or greater than 25% of 5,000 square feet contiguous are not included in, number one, they're not included in density calculations. Number two, they can't be developed. You can't build a house, on that part of your land if you're developing a parcel. And it says they have to remain undisturbed except for these two kinds of easements for burying a drainage pipe or for burying other underground utilities. And it seems to me that that seems like a bad change to me. It could render whole parcels undevelopable if, the part that they can develop that has lesser slope, you know, let's say is uphill from that. And the only way to get to the lower part where they want to do the drainage pond, like the stormwater retention pond, is to disturb a slopey area by burying a drainage pipe. This would say that they're not allowed to do that. And the result would be that the whole parcel couldn't be developed, which seems to go against a bunch of things that we all think are very important in terms of creating more supply of housing and not less. So my suggestion would be, I mean, I have a much more aggressive suggestion, which is I think Part 5 should be taken out. But my lesser suggestion is at least to leave the status quo, to not remove this exception, because I think it may render parcels undevelopable with respect to underground utilities like power lines and phone lines and stuff like that. I think they're much better underground than they are, you know, hanging from power poles. And this would seem to require developers to put in above ground utilities, which are vulnerable to storms, et cetera. So that's the sort of minimal thing that I would propose, is just to leave it as it is. But my larger suggestion is, I don't know why they're not counted for density. You know, like if you have a 10-acre parcel and 30% of it is very slopey, my inclination would be to count the whole 10 acres for computing how many dwelling units you can build, but then just say that you can't build them on the slopes, you can build them only on the flat parts, you know, and that gets more net units out of any development. But that's a whole nother conversation that we may not want to have tonight or need to.
I have two questions about what you just said. So what exactly does the current language, how does it read?
It reads just like, well, it reads the way it's there with, you know, the strike through not being there. So it basically, there's other language within this area code section that's talking about how you establish your overall density that talks about those areas that you can't count.
That's in a totally separate part of the code, and that relates not just to subdivisions, it's just generally how it needs to be calculated.
It relates to subdivisions, but it's not just the 25% slopes that you can't count towards density. There are several other things that you can't count towards density either. I don't have a big issue at all with what Matt's talking about. I think generally the concern of the engineers is not with water lines or electricity or gas or things like that. It's the storm drain that's coming off the road that is a much larger pipe that's going to a pond that's down on the low end, that they're going straight down these steep slopes with the pipe and grading in steep areas that they want to get them out of. But that's the way we've been operating, you know, for 20 years now. I would have more concern if we tried to strike the whole section at this point, because then I think we're sending a little bit of a mixed message that we're now saying that you can mass grade 25 acres, including you can mass grade 25% slopes. If we just struck the whole thing in order to do what Matt was saying, he's right. That's a different conversation that you may want to revisit later, but I would not encourage you to do it tonight. I think it's fine if you want to strike that exception and put it back the way it reads today and allow them to get in there for that. But I wouldn't want to go any further in that.
Jim?
The 25% slope issue can be really much knottier than what we've described so far, because you could have a piece of property that has a large percentage of its total area, 25%. And if you count the 25% slope area, you could end up doubling or even tripling the density over what is normally allowed, and that would be a mess. So you have to, if you were to allow it to be counted, you should only allow it if it's a small percentage of the total area of the property. And that's beyond discussion tonight, I guess.
Yeah.
Alice?
Yeah, I just did want to try to pull this back, this discussion back just a little bit. I do think that striking the whole section is not the purview of what we. I wouldn't suggest that tonight, and I don't even think Matt is totally suggesting it. He's just like saying this is where I'm thinking. But yeah, that is a very bigger discussion. Having listened to the discussion, I would not have a problem of removing, with the exception of easements for drainage access and underground utilities. I think I do totally understand why it's in there and recommended. But if, you know, if the mood of the planning commission is to take that out, I mean, this goes to the mayor commission eventually, and they can put it back in if they want to. But, you know, I think Matt makes a persuasive case, and the staff response is also persuasive, but I'm just feeling like that's a way I'd be willing to go.
Kristen?
I think just saying, as someone who's served on this subcommittee to draft this, I would actually feel more comfortable maybe having someone from Stormwater talk to us about this addition, because I remember them talking to us, and like we would feel like we were convinced that this was the right way to go, and then they come and explain something, and because they're so into it, like they would have all these perspectives that we never would have thought about. So there's probably a really, really good reason. And there's probably like a really small number of properties that this is even like, there's probably lots of reasons why this is in there. So I would just feel more comfortable before we go any further on that discussion, having someone from Stormwater talk to us about that specific change. Other than that, I'm cool with all of this.
Seems like a good idea.
Yeah, let me jump in just to say I agree with Kristen that I'm open to persuasion by the Stormwater folks. And so maybe, and also Alice understood me correctly that my proposal about why don't we scrap part 5 entirely is for another day. In no way I'm proposing that now. It's just, you know, the way my thinking goes. But yeah, I'd be totally on board with scrapping that change for today and asking Stormwater to come talk to us. And then maybe we could still send everything else up to the mayor and commission today, but revisit this 9-7-4 with the help of Stormwater. Because if they, you know, I'm open-minded to being persuaded by their reasons for it once we have a chance to hear them.
So what would be the way to do that, Brad? Would it be to table this until the next meeting with the idea that we could get, we probably don't even need to like take a vote really on that, but would the idea being like, could we get someone from Stormwater to talk to us?
I think you could do one of two things. Of course, we can get somebody from Stormwater to come talk. That's completely appropriate. You could either table it and have them come in next month before you send anything, or you could send up the amendment minus the proposed change of 974. Everything else go, and then you could revisit that. And if you choose to, at the end of hearing from them, removing the strike through, then you never have to send it. If you want to put the strike through back in the way it's proposed, then it would go up separately as a different amendment at a later time. But the rest of it would go ahead and go now.
So the wording as if it's undisturbed, untouched, it reads areas with slopes equal to or greater than 25%, which are at least 5,000 square feet, contiguous area must remain undisturbed with the exception of. That's how it actually reads in the unedited way.
That's one of the areas it's in the section where the things you don't get account for your density. It says these areas must remain undisturbed with the exception of easements for drainage access and underground utilities. So if you just take that out from sending it forward, it continues to live the way it's been living for years, with that exception in it, until you choose, after talking to Public Works at a later date, or next month or something, if they convince you to take that exception out, then you would send that up separately later.
Unless there's some hurry, it seems like it's easier for the the mayor and commission to think about this all at the same time.
I mean, it's totally y'all's decision.
Yeah, I mean, I agree 100%. I mean, most of us who are sitting here right now, I feel like we were on the other subcommittee. Kristen and I think Jim were on the subcommittee that sent this up, and I'm very persuaded by the idea that there's a very good reason why this strike through is here. And I just, feel like I would like to hear the engineers explain it to us. I know we've got Buck on the call, but he's not here for this purpose. So yeah, I think the second thing that Brad said is what makes sense to me.
Can I just, I don't remember which was the first and which was the second thing that Brad said, but it strikes me that delaying the 25-acre thing, which is the main thing, and the thing that the committee reported up a year ago, that would be a shame because it's ready to go and the mayor and commission are ready to adopt it. And I don't know if the, developers have their bulldozers, revving the engines and ready to do some mass grading or not, but delaying that seems totally non-controversial. And I guess my inclination would be, let's send up the parts that we understand and then just carve out 974 and leave it as it is, pending input from stormwater folks next month, and then we can send that up separately, unless we think there's some reason why the mayor and commission don't want to see everything come to them now except for 974. I mean, if I understood you, Brad, that's not something that came out of any committee. That just came from the stormwater folks separately and was inserted into this committee.
Yeah, I think that came from stormwater. So to just take it out would just leave it the way it is currently for now.
Seems like a reasonable approach. Do you need us to sort of make a motion and take a vote on this? Okay, Matt,
Yes.
Do you want to revisit that and turn it into a motion?
Sure, I will attempt a motion on that. I move approval of the text amendment in the staff memorandum with the exception of the amendment to chapter 9-7-4.
That'll work.
Kristen's thumbed up, seconded it. Any discussion about that? I would just add that it would be great if we could get that and work on that piece next meeting, like that we can just.
I'm on it.
Done.
We'll
Great.
get them. We'll have them there.
Okay. Okay, all in favor of that motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
And anyone against? Okay, great. Couple more things. And Christina and Buck get big points because that's a long wait. Okay, moving on to the next item, 105 to 155 Hickman Drive at Type 3 Alternative Design Compliance Application.
It was there for a minute, Rick, and it disappeared. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Maybe his computer fell asleep. It is 5:15.
I see his cursor moving. That's the only reason that I'm. Let me go see where he's at.
I see him, I don't know who's moving his cursor around, but I can see that. There we go.
Here it is.
Rick, if you are talking, we can't hear you yet.
Okay, can you see this?
Yes, we can see that and we can hear you.
Okay. This is 150, 155 Hickman Drive, the alternative design compliance case for the CD, Commercial Downtown Development Standards. This property is actually also the design area called North Downtown, recently approved new downtown design area. And it's the location map showing the location that was basically called Bethel Midtown, between College Avenue and Holt Street, and Strong Street and Hoyt Street are the other two bordering streets. And this is a aerial view showing the current buildings, how they're laid out. And current zoning against commercial downtown, that north downtown design area. And so we have some requested waivers, the downtown compliance. 910.6, what the downtown standards are, allows the planning commission to hear requests for waivers of those design standards in 910.6. Something like the hearings board, perhaps, like we hear variances, but in this case, we have some different findings in 910.6. But the requests are to allow more than 2 ground floor dwellings to use a single access point to the sidewalk, and to allow multiple retaining walls to exceed the maximum allowed height to setback ratio. And this is the overall site plan. And basically, this is a blow up of the one block that's the requested waivers are for. And the applicant has done a good job of listing the 23 areas of this proposed block that would be out of compliance with one of those 2 standards, the retaining walls or the direct access for the ground floor dwelling unit. I won't go through all 23 of those, but you can see those in your agenda packet. And then I do have each elevation. If we need to bring those back to point 2, we certainly can. I'll just show those real quickly. These again are in your agenda packet, and we can certainly come back to any of these that you guys want to talk about. But that, as far as, we don't do a recommendation on type 3 requests, so we've given our comments, and basically we'll just leave it in our staff report, and that concludes the staff presentation.
Great. Okay. So who's going to start? Is that you, Christina, or Buck?
Yeah, I'll start, Sarah. So Rick did a great job of introducing our request. So we're here tonight to represent the Athens Housing Authority, and obviously with me tonight is Christina Davis with Columbia Residential, one of the Athens Housing Authority's development partners engaged in the redevelopment of Bethel Midtown Village. I also represent a design team comprised of JHP Architecture, Dix Height Landscape Architects, and others who have collaborated over the last 2 years with the Athens community to develop this transformation plan for North Athens. So tonight we're requesting the commission consider our proposed alternative means of compliance, those 23 items that are listed in the document that Rick shared with you. These are really intended to overcome, really, to tackle the challenge of redeveloping the first phase of Bethel Village, given the topography. If you guys recall, throughout 2020 and earlier this year, we worked with the community to develop the North Downtown Athens Master Plan. Throughout the master planning process, we've had a robust and inclusive public engagement process that included 6 in-person workshops, 7 online workshops, 3 online surveys, and 2 open house forums. This first phase of the redevelopment plan is by far the most challenging in terms of topography. We discussed some of those challenges during the master planning process. I think the plans that Rick shared with you accurately represent the topographic challenges. And just for perspective, this first phase of the redevelopment has over 56 feet of vertical change across the roughly 3.5 acres of phase 1. This first phase includes the realignment of North Hall Street and Hoyt. That's in front of the Athens Community Council on Aging, the extension of Madison Avenue, and the proposed wetland park near the intersection of Hall Street and Hoyt. This phase will also include a connection to the Pulaski Creek Greenway. And of note that the proposed street grid that was developed during the master planning process and is reflected in this plan is intended to ensure that as we redevelop this portion of North Downtown, that we ensure that it is accessible to pedestrians, as well as providing connectivity throughout this portion of town. The proposed linear park that runs along the eastern edge of Phase 1 is shown in these documents, is proposed for a later phase, but that linear park is completely focused on pedestrian connectivity and active use. The design in front of you tonight represents the solutions that the design team has developed to overcome these topographic challenges in Phase 1. For reference, there are 3 separate ground floors that are shown in this proposal. The building steps along North Hull Street and the linear park in a manner that allows the residents to safely and securely access the public sidewalks from their units. The design itself is understandably a lot to take in, and I think it is worth exploring with this committee. We feel like the ownership team and the design team have a well-established track record of being collaborative and responsive to community input, and we want to continue that. So that said, you've had an opportunity to review the proposed plans, the elevations, and we respectfully ask that you guys consider our request. And we're also open to continuing a dialogue with staff and commission. We know that it's late, and so we're more than happy to continue this conversation later as well. Christine, did you have anything to add?
I think given the hour, I'm here to answer questions.
Okay, Alice?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand what we're being asked to consider. So the linear park is itself the alternative design compliance element that we're looking at?
No, ma'am, it is not. The linear park is part of the master plan, and it's proposed in a future phase. We just showed the linear park as a point of reference.
And just, I mean, I'd asked Buck to show that because it helps to kind of explain the relationship to the building that's on the east side of this block. The linear park has been in place from day one. There was always a strong desire to extend Lumpkin all the way through down to Hoyt. And once you get to that point on Madison, from that point on down the hill, which is what Buck's talking about too, it gets so steep that you couldn't put a road in from Madison down that met vertical standards and horizontal. You couldn't make it public street. It would have been too steep, but we still wanted that access and the interconnection through, so we didn't have a super block. So the design team solution there from the beginning was it's still a public access pedestrian, area that moves down the hill towards the Council on Aging.
Well, just to follow up, because now I feel like I'm being really dense, and yeah, of course the hour is late, so maybe we need to have another meeting about this, but alternative compliance suggests that, correct me if I'm wrong, we're being asked to look at this, a single access into a strip of single family residences, and instead of having, several, what is being offered as alternative design? And maybe I'm completely misunderstanding this issue.
Well, no, and I think the issue on that first page of the packet that shows the whole block, and it's got the numbers all the way around it from 1 to like 24, and then each one is referenced back to a key on the left-hand side of that sheet. Those are the 25 areas specifically within that block where there is a design flaw, so to speak, from a standpoint of it meeting the design standards. Most of them deal with when we approved the retaining wall height standards back when we did this rezoning in the whole area. There's a ratio of distance off the right of way to height of wall that you're expected to meet. And in some of these cases, instead of where their wall is, it can only be 5 feet. Their wall is 6 or 7 feet in order to get up to the finished floor to get people into the unit. That's most of them are wall height areas in certain locations. And then there are also the direct access to residential units on the ground floor that in certain areas they really aren't able to meet that direct access because of grade and height above the street. You know, the question that we raised in our report, I think it's been very clear in pointing out the areas where they're not meeting the standards. I think from a staff standpoint, we'd love to see a little more explanation in terms of what's being offered to offset that higher wall or the direct access that's above and beyond somewhere else. And, you know, and that's the conversation that whether it's tonight or whether, I think it's super important if we end up extending this for a couple weeks and sitting down in more of a work session format to work through these issues. I think it's super important for you guys to express what you want to talk about specifically at that next meeting to give these guys an opportunity to go back and further address the things that are of concern to you.
I think that was really well said, Brad. And the one thing I would just add is that, you know, what are we offering? I think in the retaining wall situation, you're looking at enhanced landscaping and obviously some facade, you know, treatments. The topographic challenges on the site, I think, are the worst, or the most challenging, or whatever great word you want to use at 10:30 at night, for the entire master plan, because as during the master planning process, Buck so eloquently told me to explain to the public that water flows downhill, and since the wetland park is right adjacent, right, like this is a pretty deep slope. So I just want to say that I'm not promising that we're not going to come back again with some alternative compliance pathway in a future phase, but I can guarantee you it's not going to be 24. We've just got some real challenges on this particular site. And so I think that the what are we offering conversation is what we really want to kind of get with y'all on a little bit further, and whether it's tonight or another time, we're open to that discussion.
I'll hold the floor just another second to say, yes, I would like to have this conversation maybe in a week or a couple of weeks, whatever it takes. I've been on the planning commission for a number of years now, and I was on the mayor commission for 8 years. And I understand what alternative design compliance is, but I'm not sure what I'm being asked to adjudicate tonight. And I think that's part of the problem too. This isn't just like a regular, we say, yes, we recommend that this go forward or not. You know, we're the sayers. So I would just really like to understand this issue a little bit better than we've had time to. Madam Chair, I'll yield the floor. I've taken a lot.
It's not really clear what it is we're seeing. Most of the information I was able to glean out of it came out of the narrative with the numbers under the various sections, but I think we need some kind of visual aids. If you could come up with models or something, that would be extremely helpful to give us a better feel for what's going on.
Christina or Buck, do the I don't remember how many you said there were, 25 or something, 27 on our like LA1.
There's 20 plus areas. There's really only about 2 or 3 design standards that are being not adhered to, but they're in multiple locations around the block edge. You know,
is it possible for you guys to like, because we're basically discussing retaining wall height and funneling access points into one access point for multiple residences. So I understand that those are kind of the 2 issues. And then if I understand this correctly, you all have gone through and identified 20 something places where that's happening and describing why it's happening, what you're doing to sort of offset that, or what you're doing that would bring that in some different way into this alternative design compliance. What I wonder if, for the purposes of our next discussion, do those 20 something things lend themselves to falling into like 3 or 4 categories? like in terms of how you've dealt with those? Because I wonder if maybe you could, if they do fall into something as simple as that, providing, you know, a very simple sketch or illustration, which I actually think you kind of already have in here. It like in some of these renderings, would just be rather than sort of looking at these plans, and I have to say that my eyeballs are old and I cannot read that text, but you know, I bet you guys, but and I'm sure other people are the same way, but I'm just wondering if we could sort of boil it down to where we're looking, you know, so we have the report, we have these larger plates to look at, but I'm just wondering if you can kind of boil that down rather than
The scenarios, yeah, where we could like almost color code, like where there's red, there are multiple entrances going to a single staircase. If it's blue, this is the image or the section that might look a little bit similar.
Yeah,
because I think that speaking on behalf of the designer, so Buck,
yeah,
can we do that?
Absolutely.
I think the other thing that we can do, especially if we, if we could just continue this for a couple of weeks, gives them an opportunity to put some more graphics together.
Yeah.
I mean, this type of item serves more as you guys, and one, you're the final decision maker, but it's more of a design review process than it is the formal applicant gets 10 minutes. I think it would be helpful to let them put together a presentation at the beginning of our next meeting and just walk you kind of through the site from one end to the other. They're going to be generally 3 areas, and I think that's helpful, but each one of them are going to be a little bit different in terms of this wall may be 1.5 feet over. This one down here may be 4 foot over, you know, but general alternative compliance on what they're trying to do going into 3 areas like you had mentioned, Sarah, I think would be real helpful.
Yeah, even though when the ultimate solutions are sorted out, it will have to be as granular as that because each place is a little different. But just to give us that, and because I think that everyone here is sensitive to the topographic challenges, but I think that the staff actually prepared a pretty thoughtful report for us in the sense that kind of concern that that wanting to see something, sort of these creative methods to overcome these challenges. And it's possible that with some updated graphics and putting, you know, digesting it down into some number of groups of ways that you've addressed it could just help us talk about it a little bit easier. Jim.
It would also be very helpful if you could delineate more precisely where entrances to dwellings are located along the periphery of the building, because it was very hard to figure out how the walkway connected to individual residences. Also, there were some questions, if I can figure this one out again. It's clear that there are a lot of staircases, but it's not clear how people who are handicapped will be able to navigate to various dwellings. It would help if you could show something about that as well.
Yes, sir. And I'll go ahead and Mr. Anderson speak to that the entire property is visitable and ADA accessible. So on grade interior to the courtyard, residents and visitors have elevator access and on grade access to their units. So where you see an exterior entrance or exit, that is honestly to meet code and to activate the streetscape. It is not necessarily as the primary entrance to the unit. They all have two entrances.
But it would be helpful if you denoted where those are. That is the ADA accessible entrances.
So Brad, I'm sorry, Jim, are you finished or? Oh.
Sarah, if Jim is finished. Okay.
And security is always an issue, and it's been an issue in Bethel Homes. And I wondered whether some of the separation of of entrances from the pedestrian walkway had anything to do with the concept of defensible spaces, or whether it was mostly just due to topography.
It's interesting you bring that up. It's a little bit of both. You may be familiar that HUD does advocate for residential units under the Section 8 program to have defensible spaces, which is kind of a privatized area that does not have communal access. And so a little bit of both. I think we want to have that, and hence we're before you, right? We really want to activate the streetscape. We understand good urban principles and design, but at the same time, we do want to provide private spaces for our residents to enjoy securely. And we also want to minimize interior stairwells that might invite activity that's unwanted on the site.
Mm-hmm. Did I see someone else's hand go up? Or no, Matt, did you have something?
Yeah, I really appreciate, Alice and Jim and Sarah's and other people's comments. They've expressed a lot of things a lot of the sort of confusion that I had as I was going over this. And I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to just say to Brad, thank you to you and everyone who worked on the staff report. I found it incredibly helpful in reviewing all of this. So thank you. I mean, we don't say that enough, but I'm sure we're all thinking it. I echo, I'm not going to repeat things, but I echo that a little more clarity on some of the diagrams on the 11 by 17 document, page LA002. There's a bunch of repetition, and I don't know if color coding is the way, or just like items 1, 2, and 3 are the exact same as 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and 14, and 15, and 16. And so maybe I found it confusing. I eventually figured things out, but I wonder if color coding or some other graphic, just that it's about ground floor dwelling units that share an exterior entrance, and it's about retaining walls that are higher than expected. And so maybe just rather than having 20 numbers, having 2 numbers, and just repeating those numbers so that 1, 2, and 3 are all, 1, where it's the ground floor dwelling units, just so that we can follow along on the graphics and see okay, these are the 16 places where we're talking about ground floor dwelling units with an exterior elevation facing a street that doesn't have direct pedestrian access. And then here are the 11 places where there are retaining walls in the front yard that don't meet that 2 foot by 1 foot, thing, just so that, because it made it seem more complicated initially, oh my God, there's 20 things instead of that there's 2 things with a bunch of slightly different iterations. And so, bottom line is, I think at the next meeting, I look forward to going over this in great detail. And I appreciate Buck and Christina, everything you guys have said tonight has been helpful in my advancing my understanding of this. And I look forward to continuing to work through this. And one other just specific thing that I've been scratching my head about and still don't totally know the answer to is when I look at the picture on page LA002, I can see where the stairways are that are a street access that's shared between multiple units, but there's no delineation of the units. I don't know if a single stairway is shared by 2 units or 12 units. And I wonder if you guys you may not have floor plans ready to superimpose on this diagram, but if you have anything, just even, the ability to draw the unit boundary lines on this diagram so that we can see, oh, well, that stairway is shared by 4 units and this stairway is shared by 2 or whatever. It would just help me to wrap my head around some of the, because a stairway, a single street access that's shared by 2 units seems like that's the easiest thing in the world to say, no problem, sounds great. Why have 2 stairways when 2 people can share 1 stairway? But if it's shared by 27 units and they just have a door and you go in, there's a long hallway and there's a bunch of units sharing a single stairway, I think that might do more violence to the intent behind the design guidelines. And I just wasn't able to parse this diagram and figure out, how many units are involved.
I think I could just simplify, and Buck, correct me if I'm wrong, and I know we'll probably talk again, but I think the maximum units that are sharing a single walkway was on Hull Street closest to the steepest part, and it was 3 units. And we talked about having one that had no access to whole street and only having 2 units. So kind of, we're open to that. We kind of all have different opinions on what a resident would like, and we're asking residents, and we're trying to figure out, you know, what's the best solution there. And then safety and access to the stairs and all that kind of stuff. So I think 3 is the max, just to calm your mind. Everybody, there's not 27 feeding in no one's stair.
So Brad, do you want to follow up with us to schedule? Are you thinking 1 or 2 weeks out, or do you want to determine something tonight, or what would you like to do?
What I would prefer to do would be to go ahead and determine something tonight, and then just go ahead and continue this meeting formally to that point and reconvene it, because we've advertised this as a hearing, and so as to not have to have another meeting with another legal ad that may push us further. I think we can just reconvene. I would say 2 weeks from today, Thursday, the 21st at 5:30, if that works.
That works for me.
I do not want to be the one to say that I cannot make it.
You cannot? Okay.
I cannot make that date either.
Okay, I'm not done.
All right, let's look.
It's the one thing that I can't move. That like.
Let's see.
20th?
Is there any reason why we can't just go for the 14th, like a week from today?
We could do the 14th, yeah, if that works for people. There is a park dedication for a former employee that starts at 4 that I would really like to be at. I'd prefer to move it to like 6 o'clock instead of 5:30 if we could, to allow us to be at that dedication. But Wednesday, the 14th is open here if that works for y'all.
Bruce Lonnie noted that there was a meeting that was going to take place on the 14th that was put together by Mark Beechuk.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Affordable housing.
What time is that? Do you remember, Jim?
Pardon?
Do you remember what time that meeting was?
I think it was 5:30 to 7 or something.
That's right.
Yeah, I have it in front of me. It's 5:30 to 7 on the 14th.
Let's see. Well, Wednesdays, the next 2 Wednesdays don't work because the auditorium's not available for public meeting purposes.
Brad, just to jump in, it sounded like the 14th worked, and if the issue is just 5:30 to 7, how do people feel about a 7 o'clock or 7:15 meeting? Is that getting too late to start?
It's not, we used to start meetings at 7 o'clock all the time. So, I mean, if that's good with y'all, I think it would either be that, the 14th next. And I guess the other thing is that going to give you guys enough time, Christina and Buck, to pull together what you need to pull together?
That might be a little, especially if we're asking for putting things in buckets, new graphics, that might be.
What about Monday, the 25th?
So I have a T-Splost meeting at 5:30 that usually doesn't go very long. So I don't want to hold that up. Y'all can meet and I can join you when I'm done with T-Splost. That's at 5:30.
Yeah, I have a board meeting at 5:30 that night. Should we send you a bucket of candy and start at 7? Yeah, sugar up. Yeah, I can do it later that evening. I can do it at like 7 on the 25th.
I can do that.
I mean, we can do that here and just reconvene at 7 o'clock on Monday, the 25th. Does that work?
That works for me.
Buck, does that work for you? You're kind of critical.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Does the work session, Brad, I have a question. If we consider that a work session, a formal vote would not be taken until the next meeting?
No, that's why we're actually just we will adjourn and reconvene on the 25th at 7:00.
Okay.
So it is just a continuation of this meeting. So, I mean, I would love to let this thing flow a little more like a work session in terms of just kind of hand you guys the reins and let you present without the 10-minute limitation and work through the planning commissioner's questions, and then they would take a vote at the end.
Okay.
Sarah, I can't tell if you're making a face or if it's
Nope.
just late.
Nope, that works for me.
Okay. So Monday, the 25th at 7:00?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Buck and Christina.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Tonight's conversation was actually really useful because I think it kind of gives us something to sink our teeth into a little bit when we dig back into this. Okay, so are we, Brad, then, do you want to hit the last agenda item then? Just give us your report and.
Sure. It's really, really short. We only had one item that was voted on Tuesday night. That was the Pulaski Street rezone for a single family residence for Stan Mullins, and it was approved. That's it.
That's easy.
Okay.
Okay, so we are not going to adjourn, correct? We are going to suspend. Do we need a motion to do that, or how does that work?
Not 100%. I think you just, motion to.
I make a motion to reconvene on the 25th at 7:00.
That works. Well done, Kristen.
Okay, so Kristen made a motion, Alice seconded. All in favor, say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Unanimous. Okay, so we will
But I cannot be here on the 25th.
Okay.
But I can't be here the previous Thursdays either, so it's
Alrighty. Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. Well, thank you all for your diligence this evening. Those were tough items. You all did great. And we will see you
on the
Monday in a couple weeks.
Great. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Night, everyone.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, guys.